Chapter 28:15. Half a day later, the dust settled. Feather gasped for breath, her face slightly pale. She looked at the corpse of the bone-corroding Wolf King lying on the ground in disbelief. In this battle, there was no loss of people. Several of her clansmen only suffered minor injuries. And the biggest reason for this was because of the delicate skin and tender flesh of the shaman bull. He had entangled the bone-corroding Wolf King with his own strength, so the Wolf King had no time to care about other things. He led a few of his clansmen to continuously injure the Wolf King. After half a day of fierce fighting, they finally killed it. It could be said that the Wolf King was slowly tortured to death. Feather's heart was filled with complex emotions as she looked at the voodoo bull that was searching the Wolf King's corpse. Until now, she still couldn't believe that this victory came so miraculously. That was the Wolf King that was comparable to a sorcerer. Even if it was seriously injured, it wasn't something that they could deal with. But under this wizard Ox's various magical methods, the Wolf King had no power to resist. How did he do it? From the beginning to the end, he didn't release any powerful wizard spells. She knew most of the wizard spells he used, but they were definitely not as effective as his. Found it. Laughing heartily, Kai Young pulled out a bloody monster core from the Wolf King's corpse. Carefully wiping it on the snow, he stored it away like a treasure. After that, he didn't even look back as he walked over to the other 6 dead bone corrosion wolves and did the same thing as he did before, taking out the 6 inner cores. Feather calmed down and signaled to her clansmen. Immediately, one of them went to collect the snowflakes. Feather walked straight to Yang Kai. She said, "Master Ox, do you need Dantian that much?" Yang Kai played with his bulging cloth bag and said without raising his head, "Of course." He wanted to quickly accumulate strength, so he had to rely on the monster beast's Dantian. Feather said, "Although I don't know why you need so many Dantian, there is a place that you might be interested in." "Where?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "Snowfrost City." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and asked, "A city of your Snowfrost tribe? Not bad. There are many inner cores there." Feather smiled. Snowfrost City is the tribe's only city. 80% of the tribe's wizard population is gathered there. Even shamans from other tribes often appear in Snowfrost City, especially in winter. Only Snowfrost City is not affected by winter and is open all day. In the city, there are a lot of transactions every day. The inner cores of savage beasts are not rare there. They are of a higher grade than the inner core of the bone-eroding Wolf King. As long as you can take out goods of similar value, Lord Ox, you can take out goods of similar value. I believe that other wizard would be willing to trade with you. Oh. Yang Kai rubbed his chin, feeling tempted. If Snowfrost City was really as good as Feather said, then he could go and take a look. At the very least, it would be much faster than him searching for savage beasts and killing them to obtain their cores. Of course, he didn't have any goods that he could use to exchange. How about it? Do you want to go and take a look? Feather struck while the iron was hot. He saw that Yang Kai was already interested. Master Feather is very kind. It would be impolite of me to refuse. Yang Kai smiled. Feather nodded. Then let's set off together. At this time, the barbarian warrior who collected the snowflakes also came back. He whispered something to Feather. Feather looked up at Yang Kai and said, "Master Ox, these corpses of savage beasts, do whatever you want." "Thank you." Feather thanked him and then ordered a few people to deal with the corpses of the bone-eroding wolves. If a magus could consume the meat of a savage beast for a long period of time, it would be beneficial to his strength. Therefore, even though Feather was a high-ranked magus, he couldn't bear to leave so many savage beast corpses here. It was a waste of natural resources, especially the bone-corroding Wolf King's corpse. That was a great source of nourishment for a great magus. This wizard was awesome. Feather didn't know what he was planning to do. He only wanted inner cores and not beast meat. Although inner cores were quite valuable, the most common use was to drink wine. Some pharmacists could also use the inner cores of savage beasts to make potions, but this wizard didn't look like a pharmacist at all. It was naturally not the first time these barbarian warriors had dealt with the corpses of a monster beast. They were very skilled, so in less than half an hour, The corpses of the 6 bone-eroding wolves and the Wolf King were cleaned. 7 wolf skins, plus the most delicious and tender parts of these savage beasts. Everyone carried them back. Everything was ready, and everyone set off immediately. Snow Frost City was not close to Mount Luobai. Even if they rushed at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. This was under the premise that Feather had blessed everyone with the swift technique. Without it, their speed would only be slower. On the way, Yang Kai asked Feather for advice. Naturally, he learned the swift technique very quickly, which made Feather quite surprised. 3 days later, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. Several barbarian warriors, including Feather, couldn't help but show a sincere smile. Master Ox, we've arrived at Snow Frost City. Feather pointed ahead. Yang Kai looked with full eyesight and couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time he had come to an ancient barbarian city, but what he saw was completely different from what he had imagined. He had thought that since it was a city, it should at least look like a city, but there was no sign of a city there. Instead, there was a huge towering tree standing on the horizon. Even from a distance, Yang Kai could feel its majesty. The tree covered the sky and the earth, towering into the clouds. It was hard to imagine how tall it was. Under the canopy of the big tree that was like the sky, buildings were built on the ground in a disorderly manner, like a game of chess that had been messed up. Many people could be vaguely seen moving around. This is Snow Frost City? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Feather. Feather smiled slightly. Yes, this is Snow Frost City. It is also the foundation of our Snow Frost tribe. Do you see the evergreen divine tree? That is the Azure Master, the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. Azure Master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. You mean that tree is alive? If it was alive, wouldn't it be a tree demon? However, such a big tree demon was rare. Feather's expression turned solemn as he said, Lord Qing has lived for thousands of years and is immortal. Lord Niu, if you enter Snow Frost City, you must remember not to blaspheme Lord Qing. Immortal? Wasn't that the immortal tree? But compared to the evergreen divine tree, the difference was like the difference between an ancestor and a grandson. However, seeing how serious Feather was, Yang Kai also realized that the evergreen divine tree should have a supreme position in the hearts of the Snow Frost tribe's clansmen, so he immediately nodded and said, I will remember. Feather smiled again and said, Master Niu, you don't have to worry too much. The Azure Master is tolerant of all things. As long as you don't deliberately blaspheme it, my clansmen won't make things difficult for you. While talking, the group gradually approached Snow Frost City. As they got closer, the shock of the evergreen divine tree grew stronger. The entire Snow Frost City did not have the city walls or spirit arrays of later generations, but the huge canopy surrounded an area of hundreds of kilometers. The clansmen of the Snow Frost tribe had lived within the protection of this canopy for generations. Although it was winter, there was no snow in Snow Frost City. Instead, it looked like spring was in full swing. Half an hour later, when Yang Kai followed Feather to the edge of Snow Frost City, he suddenly felt a powerful divine sense sweep over him. Yang Kai's hair stood on end as he looked around vigilantly, but he found nothing. Feather said, Master Niu, you don't have to be nervous. Anyone who enters Snow Frost City will be inspected by the Azure Master. If they are hostile to the Snow Frost tribe, they will be immediately expelled. Yang Kai sighed, the Azure Master is so powerful. This was not flattery, but the truth. The divine sense just now was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. It was obvious that this tree demon was really an incredible master. Feather said, Of course, the Azure Master is the guardian of our Snow Frost tribe. He has been protecting us for thousands of years, but unfortunately what? Feather said sadly, I heard that the Azure Master fell into a deep sleep thousands of years ago, and no one can wake him up now. Then just now? Yang Kai was puzzled. Since he was in a deep sleep, what happened to the divine sense? Feather smiled slightly. Even in a deep sleep, the Azure Master still has the ability to distinguish the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? Yang Kai thought that if he was in seclusion, he wouldn't be able to sense anything unless he was in a life and death crisis. No matter how powerful the evergreen divine tree was, it was impossible for him to do this. However, since he said so, Yang Kai didn't argue. While talking, they had entered Snow Frost City. After such a long time of running and tiring, the barbarian warriors finally returned safely. They all looked a little excited, and a faint glory appeared on their faces. Standing in Snow Frost City, Yang Kai felt a long-lost feeling. The shouts and haggling voices that rang in his ears gave him the illusion that he had returned to the star boundary for a moment. Master Ox, thank you for your help in Mount Luobai. We will part ways here. I still have to meet the wizard master to hand in the mission goods. Feather turned around and said to Yang Kai, You do what you need to do. Don't worry about me. Yang Kai nodded. Feather stretched out her hand to a barbarian warrior next to her, and the barbarian warrior immediately took out something like a water bag and handed it to her. Feather took it and handed it to Yang Kai, saying, Take this and water the Azure Master's foundation. You can find a place to live. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He recognized this water bag. Previously in Mount Luobai, several barbarian warriors used this water bag to deal with the monster beast corpses. They used this water bag to store the monster beast's blood. At that time, he didn't know why Feather and the others wanted the monster beast's blood, but now it seemed that there was another use for it. Chapter 28:16. Feather led a few barbarian warriors to a tall building. Yang Kai stood in the Snow Frost City and pondered for a while. He did not rush to find a place to live according to Feather's instructions. Instead, he began to wander around the noisy Snow Frost City, looking around while walking. The reason why he agreed to come to Snow Frost City was that he wanted to get some Nadens as soon as possible. However, he had nothing on him now. Other than the 7 Nadens of the bone-eroding wolf, he only had a bag of wolf blood. However, no matter which one he needed, Yang Kai could only check the market here first and then make a plan. He believed that with his ability, even if the starting point was very low, he would soon use his advantages to bring about a snowball effect. Along the way, Yang Kai seemed to be quite an anomaly in this city where the barbarian race was rampant. It couldn't be helped that his figure was too small and weak, without the slightest trace of the barbarian race's beauty. Therefore, no matter where he went, he would attract the different and disdainful gazes of the barbarians. Yang Kai had long been accustomed to this. It seemed that every barbarian who saw him for the first time would look at him with this kind of gaze. Snow Frost City was really prosperous. Even compared to the big cities of later generations, it was not inferior at all. In the messy buildings, there were countless stalls and goods. Wizards of different tribes gathered here. Yang Kai, a small low-rank wizard, was completely unpresentable. According to the knowledge taught by the village chief before he left, Yang Kai identified the origin of the wizard one by one. People from all over the world gathered in one place. Such a grand occasion was rare to see. This was a scene that could only be seen in Snow Frost City in winter, because the cities of other tribes did not have such unique conditions as Snow Frost City in winter. This place was protected by the evergreen god tree. Even in the cold winter, it was full of spring. The cities of other tribes did not have such good conditions. Naturally, it attracted many wizards to come here to gather and communicate. After the winter was over, most of these wizards who came from afar would return to their tribes and cities. Therefore, every winter, Snow Frost City was the most prosperous city. Yang Kai kept staying at the stalls, checking the goods on those stalls. He bargained with the stall owners. Contrary to his expectations, he thought that in this ancient era, the method of trade should be bartering, but after some investigation, he found out that this was not the case. However, he discovered that he was gravely mistaken. Unexpectedly, Snow Frost City had its own currency. It was a kind of green leaf-like thing known as the green coin. The village chief had not taught Yang Kai about the existence of green coins in this world, so Yang Kai deduced that this should be a feature of Snow Frost City. Green coins did not have any use for cultivation. Legend had it that they were the fallen leaves of the evergreen divine tree and would not decay. It can only be used as a transaction, and it is only limited to transactions within Snow Frost City. However, this was enough. There was a currency of equivalent value that was extremely useful for the circulation of goods. The transactions in Snow Frost City were endless. Yang Kai strolled around for 3 days without stopping. He already had a vague plan in his heart. 3 days later, he slowly walked to the evergreen divine tree. He took out the water sack that Feather had given him and poured out the wolf blood. He watered it on the foundation of the evergreen divine tree. Dark red blood fell to the ground and was quickly absorbed, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, a green light shot out from the crown of the tree and struck Yang Kai's body. At the same time, an inexplicable pulling force guided Yang Kai. It was as if an invisible hand was lifting him up and slowly floating up. After flying up hundreds of feet, the lifting force stabilized. In front of Kai Yang was a clean and comfortable tree hole that was neither too big nor too small. This was his residence for the next 30 days. There were 2 ways for outsiders to find a place to live in Snow Frost City. One was to live in a place similar to an inn, but that required paying green coins. The second way was to use the monster beast's blood to water the foundation of the evergreen divine tree, like Yang Kai. The evergreen divine tree would choose a tree hole for the water to live in. There were countless such tree holes on the towering evergreen divine tree. Each tree hole was a natural residence. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, no matter what one did inside, they would not be disturbed. The tree hole was not big and could barely accommodate 3 people, but it was enough for Yang Kai. The environment inside was also very comfortable. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and cultivated while perfecting his plan in his mind. The next day, he walked out of the tree hole and slowly landed on the ground under the guidance of the evergreen divine tree. Then, he walked straight in a certain direction. Not long after, Yang Kai came to a shop that specialized in purchasing monster cores and took out all the 7 monster cores in his hand and sold them. After a while, Yang Kai left the shop with a bag of green coins and turned into the crowd. After an incense stick worth of time, after some hard bargaining, Yang Kai reached an agreement with an unfamiliar stall owner and bought all the herbs in his stall for 50 green coins. The stall owner was overjoyed. Realizing that he had met a big customer, he enthusiastically packed the herbs for Yang Kai. After a while, the same scene happened at another stall. It didn't take long for Yang Kai to spend all the green coins in his hand, but in exchange, he did get a lot of relatively common herbs that were not very valuable. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai took out all the herbs. Without needing to examine them carefully, Yang Kai casually took out a few herbs and summoned a bright and warm flame from his palm. Tossing these herbs into the flame, Yang Kai began to concentrate on his refinement. Just as alchemists were rare in the later generations, in ancient times, the status and number of alchemists were also the same. Every alchemist was a rare talent in their tribe, and each tribe's alchemist would only concoct potions for their own clansmen. In this era, martial Tao was not prevalent, and alchemy was still under development. The process of alchemists concocting potions was simple and crude, without much attention to detail. They just mixed a variety of herbs together and simply blended them together, completely unable to display the efficacy of those herbs. Yang Kai was an alchemist emperor. Even if his cultivation was sealed, even if he could not use his divine sense, with his current means, he could casually refine something that would not be worse than the alchemists of those big tribes. These refined potions were his way of making money, but also the starting point of his snowball effect. Times were different, so he did not dare to do anything too shocking. Not to mention, his current strength was low, so it was impossible for him to perfect the refining process. Even so, the potions he refined and configured were the embodiment of tens of thousands of years of accumulated knowledge. It was simply not something that today's alchemists could match. Half a day later, all the herbs were consumed, and Yang Kai had a pile of bottles and jars. In this era, jade bottles used to hold pills were extremely rare, but Yang Kai did not ask for too much. What he was refining now was not a pill, but a pile of paste, so it did not matter if he stored it in stone jars. After a simple tidying up, Yang Kai left the tree hole again. In the busiest area of Snow Frost City, the flow of people was like a tide. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in a corner and placed the things he had refined in front of him. He then took out a piece of wood and used his finger to draw a sword. Next, he wrote a large character on it and inserted it into the ground beside him. After that, he put on an aloof look and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A barbarian stall owner next to him glanced at Yang Kai and then looked at the huge word medicine on the wooden board. He could not help but sneered. How could this black, mud-like substance be medicine? Did he really think he was an alchemist? Alchemists had always been noble, so how could they come to set up a stall? If it were not for the wizard's aura coming from this guy, the barbarian stall owner would not even think that he was a barbarian at all. Unless the barbarian god sent a miracle, these things could not be sold at all. In fact, as he expected, for 2 days, no one cared about Yang Kai's stall. Although this was a rather prosperous area with people gasping for breath, every barbarian who passed by Yang Kai's stall just glanced at the paste and walked away. However, Yang Kai was as still as a mountain. He just sat there cross-legged, not in a hurry, which made his neighbor admire his composure. In 2 days, his goods were basically sold out, and he was about to close the stall. Perhaps it was out of sympathy, but the barbarian stall owner could not help but say, "You can't sell things like this." Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. He grinned and said, "In your opinion, how should I sell them?" The stall owner said, "You should at least shout a few times. Although these potions don't look very good, if you shout too much, someone will come to buy them. Good wine fears no dark alley. My potions are good. Even if I don't shout, someone will come to buy them." The stall owner pursed his lips. Obviously, he did not agree with this statement. Although it sounded reasonable, he shook his head and said, "Unless a miracle happens, you can't sell them in your lifetime." Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need for a miracle. I just need an opportunity." "Oh, here comes the opportunity." While speaking, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The neighboring stall owner was stunned for a moment. Following his gaze, he saw several barbarians of the Snow Frost tribe supporting each other as they walked towards him. Their bodies were bathed in blood. It seemed that they had just returned from a great battle. Moreover, it was definitely an extremely difficult battle. This was because each of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. The leader of the barbarians had a 1-foot-long wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood were churning. It looked extremely terrifying. What kind of opportunity was this? The neighboring stall owner was somewhat puzzled. While he was still in doubt, the barbarian warriors had already walked past him. But at this moment, the guy who sold the potions suddenly smiled and said, "Brave warriors, please wait a moment. I see that you have a plump forehead, a round earth pavilion, and a rich vitality. You seem to have some fate with this wizard. Now, this wizard has something to give you. I hope you will kindly accept it." Chapter 28:17. Alchemy was Yang Kai's old profession, so if he wanted to earn enough necessities with limited financial resources in an unfamiliar environment, alchemy was the best choice. In Snow Frost City, the barbarian soldiers stopped. The leader turned his head and looked around, then looked down at Yang Kai and said with a murderous look, "You are talking to us?" Smiling from ear to ear, Kai Yang replied innocently, "That's right." The barbarian soldier frowned. Although he didn't understand what this guy said just now, the last sentence couldn't be simpler. This guy had something to give him. Although there was no reason to miss a free gift, looking at this person's expression, the barbarian soldier felt a little distrustful. He shook his head and turned to leave. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Hero, wait a moment. What's the matter?" The barbarian soldier was quite impatient. Yang Kai said, "Hero, you are seriously injured. This wizard happens to have some healing medicine here. I would like to give it to you." While speaking, he pointed his hand. The barbarian soldier stared at the few stone jars in front of him and frowned. "You call these medicine? It's the real deal." The barbarian soldier sneered with a disdainful look. The neighboring stall owner couldn't stand it anymore. He packed up his stall and prepared to leave, so as not to dirty his eyes. It's not a loss to try. Anyway, it's free. If it works, it's naturally the best. If it doesn't, you can smash my stall, Yang Kai said with a smile. "Is this really medicine?" The barbarian soldier saw that Yang Kai was serious. It didn't seem to be nonsense. He was a little curious. "It's a good healing medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll really smash your stall." Although the other party claimed to be a wizard, the barbarian soldier didn't take it to heart. This was Snow Frost City, and they were members of the Snow Frost tribe. If a foreign wizard didn't follow the rules, he would offend them. they wouldn't be soft-hearted. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and try it, Yang Kai shouted. The barbarian race warrior nodded and squatted down in front of Yang Kai. Suddenly, a foul stench assaulted his nostrils, causing him to frown involuntarily. He couldn't help but hesitate in his heart, not knowing whether or not to try this suspicious thing. Yang Kai said earnestly, "Good medicine is bitter. Although the smell of our medicine is a bit different, its effects are excellent. I hope it works as you say," the barbarian soldier said. With a resolute expression on his face, as if he had made a great decision, he reached out and scooped out some paste from a stone jar. Under Yang Kai's instructions, he carefully and evenly applied it to the wound on his abdomen. That wound was more than a foot long, and his flesh was overturned. This kind of injury was not very serious for a barbarian. However, it would be troublesome if he did not do anything about it. The barbarian warrior's eyebrows twitched when he saw the stinky paste smeared on his body. Then, he revealed an extremely surprised expression. His companions also looked at him curiously. They wanted to know if the medicine had any effect. A cool feeling spread from his abdomen, alleviating the pain. The next moment, the barbarian soldier was surprised again. He seemed to have felt something. He quickly looked down and his eyes widened. He saw the wound on his abdomen. His flesh and blood began to wriggle. Along with the wriggling, many granules began to grow from his wounds. The places where his flesh and blood had been twisted began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming scabs. His companions also noticed this and cried out in alarm, looking at the changes in the wound in disbelief. The neighboring stall owner, who was about to pack up and leave, was also stunned. He stared at the wound with his eyes wide open. He wanted to dig out his eyeballs and stick them on the barbarian's stomach to see clearly. The strange behavior of these people quickly attracted the attention of the passing barbarians. They curiously looked at the wound after they understood what had happened. Half an hour later, the barbarian warrior stretched out his hand and wiped his stomach. The dregs of the medicine and blood fell off. A wound that was more than a foot long appeared in front of everyone. Although it hadn't completely healed, this kind of miraculous effect was enough to make people gasp in amazement. One had to know that an hour ago, his wounds were still hideous. "It's really useful." When the soldier who was testing the medicine raised his head again, he stared at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude and reverence. Yang Kai smiled but didn't say anything. The medicine he had refined was useful, but it was limited to barbarians with strong physiques and abundant blood energy. The effect wouldn't be so good if it were a cultivator of the later generations. This was because a large part of the effect of this medicine was to stimulate the flow of blood around the wound, which would increase the speed of healing. Only the ancient barbarians could use this healing medicine to achieve such an immediate effect. "Are you a pharmacist?" the barbarian asked. "For the time being, I am." When the onlookers heard this, they immediately put away their contemptuous expressions. No matter how weak Yang Kai looked, he was a pharmacist. He was worthy of respect. Yang Kai raised his head and looked at the crowd around him. He smiled and said, "Warriors often fight. If you encounter an enemy in the wild and get injured, it will definitely affect your combat effectiveness. However, if you carry this wizard's holy healing medicine with you, you won't have to worry about it. This wizard's holy healing medicine can instantly restore your vitality. This is the first time this wizard has come to Snow Frost City, so I'll sell it to you cheaply." If it was before the barbarian soldier tested the medicine, no one would have asked about Yang Kai's words. But after witnessing the miraculous scene with their own eyes, no one doubted the efficacy of this medicine. The pharmacist was right. It was very troublesome for the barbarian soldiers to be injured in the wild. Although everyone knew a little bit about healing, how could they compare to the other party's healing medicine? If they could carry a little of it with them, they could heal their wounds anytime and anywhere. Moreover, the healing effect was surprisingly good. "How much?" someone asked immediately. 10 green coins for one. Yang Kai had a plan and immediately reported the price. 10 green coins. This price was neither high nor low. Any adult barbarian soldier could afford it. At the same time, it would maximize Yang Kai's own benefits. Sure enough, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately shouted, "I'll take one." Looking at the heads in front of him, Yang Kai couldn't help grinning. After all, these were all money. Several large jars of medicine were sold out in less than an incense stick's worth of time. The people who bought them were naturally overjoyed, while those who didn't beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration. Yang Kai closed his stall and said with a smile, "Today's medicine is sold out. If there are friends who want to buy medicine, please come early tomorrow." Turning around and leaving, the neighboring stall owner looked at his back enviously. He only felt that this figure looked so unfathomable. Selling medicine at once increased Yang Kai's assets by more than 10 times. Just like a few days ago, he took all his green coins and frantically swept through the stalls in Snow Frost City before returning to the tree hole to refine medicine. When Yang Kai came to set up the stall the next day, he saw that countless customers had already gathered in front of the stall. Some of them wanted to buy yesterday but couldn't, while others were inexplicably heard from others. A miraculous pharmacist had appeared in Snow Frost City, and the potions he concocted could quickly heal external injuries. This news had spread throughout Snow Frost City overnight, and it was confirmed by many barbarian warriors of the Snow Frost tribe. The people of this era were still relatively simple, and there wasn't much deception. Naturally, the news that spread like crazy couldn't be false. So even though Kai Yang had brought 10 times more medicines than yesterday, it only took him less than half a day to sell them all. His assets, as he had expected, had completely snowballed, and it was only getting bigger and bigger. This was the case for 5 days in a row, and that crazy momentum didn't show any signs of slowing down. This situation made Yang Kai happy. He silently calculated the wealth in his hands and felt that he could finish his work in half a month. At that time, he would have enough green coins to buy enough Nadens. As long as he raised his low-rank Wizard Realm to Wizard Realm, then the bumps in the early stage would no longer exist, and his future cultivation would be smooth. On this day, Yang Kai had just finished selling medicine and was walking on the streets of Snow Frost City to buy some raw materials. Suddenly, he frowned and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He reached out and touched his waist, and his face suddenly turned black. The animal skin bag that he used to store the green coins was gone. The animal skin bag contained thousands of green coins from today's medicine sale. Most of them were stored in the tree hole by Yang Kai, so there was no need to worry about their safety. A thief? How could there be a thief in this era? If it weren't for the empty feeling in his hand that made Yang Kai understand that this was not an illusion, he wouldn't have believed his judgment. Since entering this secret realm, the barbarians he had come into contact with, whether good or evil, good or bad, were all simple and straightforward people. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't expect that someone would steal his money bag in such a place. In a moment of carelessness, he actually overturned his boat. A great shame. The Emperor realm had his money bag stolen without anyone noticing. This shame could not be washed away by the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. Yang Kai's expression turned cold as his eyes wandered through the crowd. Soon, he locked onto a burly barbarian who was walking through the crowd. The barbarian race's clothes were relatively simple, regardless of whether they were men or women. However, this barbarian was wrapped tightly from head to toe. It was impossible for Yang Kai to miss such a big flaw. With a light snort, Yang Kai did not intend to alarm others. His figure flickered as he quietly followed behind this person. This guy was also vigilant. He turned left and right in the crowd, not taking the usual path at all. After walking around for half an hour, he suddenly turned into a remote area with few people. Chapter 28:18. The tall barbarian, who was hiding in a hidden place, took out an animal skin bag from his bosom, opened it, and looked inside. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle. Thousands of green coins, this was a lot of wealth, enough for him to spend for a year. Not bad. Suddenly, a person's voice came from behind him, startling the barbarian. He quickly turned around and stared vigilantly at the person who had just spoken. However, the moment their eyes met, the barbarian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He recognized that this person was the owner of the money bag. In Snow Frost City, there were not many barbarians as thin and weak as him. It could be said that he was the only one. However, even though he recognized him, the barbarian did not intend to admit it. Putting on a fierce look, he asked, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai was suddenly amused. You stole my money bag and can still pretend that nothing happened. I have to say, your existence has subverted my understanding of the barbarian race. What do you mean by your money bag? The one you are stuffing into your bosom. Yang Kai looked at the barbarian's movements coldly. I don't understand what you are talking about. The barbarian put away the money bag as if nothing had happened and said impatiently, If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Don't follow me. Yang Kai was shocked and cursed angrily. Shameful thief. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you believe that I won't call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe to deal with you? The barbarian looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and sneered, Call them? He actually had a fearless look on his face, making Kai Yang a little dumbfounded. It was obviously impossible to call the guards of the Snow Frost tribe. Although he believed that this guy was a thief who had stolen his money bag, there was no real evidence. Calling the guards over would be a waste of time. Moreover, Yang Kai didn't want to trouble others with this kind of thing. Clicking his tongue twice, Yang Kai said, Boy, you've provoked someone you shouldn't have. The brawny barbarian race man still sneered, Less nonsense. If you dare to be long-winded again, I'll beat you to death. While speaking, he waved his big fist at Yang Kai, looking very intimidating. Just as he finished speaking, the barbarian's face suddenly changed because he saw Yang Kai take a step forward and rush towards him. A fist rapidly enlarged in front of him. You're courting death. The barbarian was furious. He had never thought that this seemingly weak person would actually take the initiative to attack him. Shocked and angry, he also threw a punch. At the moment when the two fists collided, Kai Yang suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise. This was because he discovered that there wasn't any berserk power that he had imagined coming towards him. His opponent's extremely intimidating figure and fist were simply like an embroidered pillow. The barbarian's face was filled with shock and fear. That huge body flew out with its back facing the sky. In midair, the sturdy body suddenly twisted and changed, turning into a petite and exquisite figure with a curvaceous figure. At the same time, a green leaf floated down from the sky. Kai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stood there stupidly for a long time without returning to his senses. Turning a barbarian into a girl with one punch, this was definitely not his fault. While Yang Kai was hesitating, the girl who fell to the ground struggled to get up. She looked at Yang Kai with a look full of fear. Look at this time. Yang Kai found that this girl was only 16 or 17 years old, and she had the aura of a wizard. Yang Kai couldn't tell what level of wizard she was. He had only been in this world for a short time, so he didn't have much contact with wizard, so he couldn't accurately judge the level of power of a wizard. After the girl's body changed, the clothes on her body became loose, but it still couldn't hide her impressive figure. This showed how good this girl was. She suddenly showed her original form. The girl's expression was extremely flustered. Looking around, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and picked up the green leaf that had just fallen to the ground. She placed her hand on top of her head, and her petite body twisted and changed again, returning to her previous burly figure. You're from the Floating Wanderer Division. Yang Kai had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He immediately exposed the girl's identity. What nonsense are you spouting? The girl who had transformed into a brawny man avoided his gaze and retorted stubbornly. Is that so? Yang Kai looked at his opponent with a smile, as if victory was already within his grasp. I'm talking nonsense? What floating tribe? I'm from the Cloudstream tribe. Hee hee. Yang Kai chuckled. Suddenly, he cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted, Everyone, come and take a look. There's a thief from the floater department here. Everyone. Shut up. The girl's expression changed greatly. She reached into her bosom and took out the money bag. She threw it directly to Yang Kai and said, Here's your money back. Don't shout anymore. Yang Kai threw down the money pouch and looked at the girl with a teasing look. Since you're not from the floating department, why are you so nervous? The girl forced herself to say, How am I nervous? According to the knowledge taught by the village chief, the entire ancient barbarian tribe basically valued strong physiques. However, there was one tribe that was different. That tribe was the floating department. The people of this tribe had no fixed residence. They wandered from place to place. Moreover, there were very few of them. It was rare for ordinary people to see them. They didn't pay attention to cultivating their bodies. Therefore, the physiques of their people were very different from those of other tribes. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the people of the floating department didn't keep their hands clean. Every member of the floating department was born to be a thief. Therefore, this tribe had a very bad reputation among the ancient barbarian tribe. The reason why Yongkai was despised everywhere he went was because his physique was too weak, and he didn't receive any respect from others. But on the other hand, it was because some people had mistaken him for a member of the floating tribe. Yongkai's experience was the epitome of the floating department's experience in the outside world. Yongkai clicked his tongue twice. He circled the girl a few times and said with great interest, "I've heard about the uniqueness of the floating department. Today is the first time I've seen it. It's really interesting. Come, let me see your real body again." That malicious look made the girl's skin tighten. She said with a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" Yongkai shrugged and said, "I'm just looking. I don't want to do anything." "Don't even think about it." Yongkai held the horn in his hand to his mouth. When he was circulating his qi, the girl said, "Enough." She glared at him fiercely. Yongkai looked back at her with a smile. In the end, the girl was defeated. She reached out her hand and grabbed a green leaf from the top of her head. At the same time, her tall and sturdy body immediately shrank and turned back into a girl. "You'll regret this." The girl bit her red lips. It was as if Yongkai had killed her father. Her eyes were burning with hatred and anger. "That's good. You're a girl. Why do you have to dress up as a man?" Yongkai chuckled. After seeing the wild beauty of the barbarians, he felt that the girl's normal appearance was more amiable and comfortable. "Have you seen enough?" the girl said impatiently. She put the green leaf on top of her head. The next moment, she turned back into a tall and sturdy man. Yongkai shook his head and sighed. He felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still asked curiously, "Is this an illusion? Why didn't I feel the fluctuation of spiritual power when you used the wizard technique?" This mysterious azure leaf seemed to have an incredible effect. With this azure leaf, the young girl's appearance greatly changed, revealing her true form as soon as she threw it. Yongkai thought that this azure leaf was a tool the young girl was using to cast her illusions, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that wasn't the case. The green leaf looked similar to a green coin. It was obviously the leaf of the evergreen god tree. Moreover, he had never heard of such a prop being used to cast the wizard technique. "It's none of your business. I've already returned the purse to you. What else do you want?" The girl was extremely impatient. It was her biggest mistake to let Yongkai see her true appearance. It could be said that the girl would not be able to control herself in the future. Fortunately, Yongkai was not as despicable as she thought. He only pondered for a moment and asked, "What's your name?" The girl was silent for a moment and then replied, "Dai." "My name is Anyo." Yongkai replied with a smile. "Wizard Nyo. I'll remember it. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving," Dai said. Seeing that Yongkai did not object, she immediately turned and left. Yongkai looked at her back as she disappeared. He chuckled and continued to purchase medicinal materials. The next day, when Yongkai finished refining enough healing medicine and walked out of the tree hole, he did not immediately fly down. Instead, he controlled the direction and floated to another tree hole not far away. He reached out and knocked on the tree trunk. Soon, a head popped out from the tree hole. She looked at Yongkai in surprise and said, "You? How did you know I live here?" This neighbor was Dai, who he met yesterday. Seeing Yongkai again and directly coming to her door, Dai's eyes were filled with panic. "Yesterday, I accidentally saw you coming back here. What do you want?" Dai was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Even if Yongkai caught her stealing the purse yesterday, she had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that Yongkai knew her identity as a member of the floating corps, she was at a loss. She had lived here for more than 10 years, and this was the first time someone saw through her true identity. "Don't be nervous." Yongkai smiled. "I just need your help with something." "What is it?" Dai frowned. "You should know that I've been selling medicine these past few days, right?" It's because that's why you targeted me, right? Dai frowned and replied with silence. Since you know, then it's easy, Yang Kai said as he handed over the jars in his hand. Dai did not take them and just looked at him suspiciously. What are you doing? Help me sell medicine. You should know the price. I'll give you 10% of the profit. Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this and exclaimed, Really? I've already given you everything. How could it be fake? Dai quickly took the jars and was overjoyed. One must know that this wizard in front of her was so awesome that he could earn thousands of green coins a day just by selling healing medicines. 10% of the profit was equivalent to hundreds of green coins. Although it was not a lot, it was more than what she stole. Why? Dai did not understand. Logically speaking, since she stole this man's purse yesterday, he should be magnanimous enough to not find trouble with her and not expose her identity. So why did he want to share the profit with her? Chapter 28:19. Why? No barbarian would let go of such a good thing. So why did it fall on her? Because I don't know anyone else? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and smiled. And since I have something on you, I'm not afraid of you taking my property. The corners of Dai's mouth twitched slightly. What he said was true. As long as this wizard in front of her had her weakness, she couldn't do anything to harm the other party. However, with 10% of the profit, it didn't matter anymore. After sending Dai away, Yang Kai immediately went to Snow Frost City and found a shop that he liked before. He spent a lot of green coins to buy a lot of inner cores. During this time, he had accumulated enough financial resources to buy inner cores to support his own cultivation. Therefore, he needed someone to help him sell medicine. After all, selling medicine was a waste of time. Returning to the tree hole, Yang Kai pinched a Longan-sized inner core and sighed softly. The early snowball had already started rolling. As long as he bought some inner cores every day and refined them, he would be able to promote to a wizard after this winter. Yang Kai was convinced of this. Swallowing the inner core into his abdomen, Yang Kai operated his cultivation method. Soon, a rolling sound of thunder came from his abdomen, and his aura expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the afternoon, Dai returned from selling medicine and obediently handed over 90% of the proceeds. She also got new potions from Yang Kai and prepared to sell them the next day. After not seeing him for half a day, Dai was surprised to find that the wizard in front of her had already become a mid-rank wizard. When she saw him in the morning, he was clearly a low-rank wizard. How did he become a mid-rank wizard in half a day? However, even if she was puzzled, Dai didn't ask much. Everyone had their own secrets, and it was not wise to get to the bottom of it, especially when her little secret was still in the hands of Yang Kai. The two cooperated seamlessly. Yang Kai took a little time every day to refine potions and go out to buy inner cores, while Dai was responsible for the sales and buying materials. A month passed in a flash. During this month, Yang Kai's cultivation had made a breakthrough. Refining a dozen inner cores every day had allowed his strength to increase rapidly. Now, he was already an upper wizard. As long as he had enough Dantian, he would definitely be able to become a wizard in no time. Possessing one's own consciousness. At that time, he would be able to completely extricate himself from his current predicament. However, good wishes always had some twists and turns. On this day, Butterfly only returned from selling medicine in the evening. After entering Yang Kai's tree hole, she placed the stone jar in front of her. Yang Kai was surprised. Why aren't they sold out yet? In the past, all the medicines he refined every day were sold out. This was the first time he had a surplus. Butterfly said weakly, he probably bought everything he needed. Haven't you noticed that I've been coming back later and later? Yang Kai was stunned. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this was indeed the case. These days, he had been focused on improving his wizard level, so he didn't pay much attention to Butterfly's situation. Now that she mentioned it, he realized that she was right. In the beginning, it only took her half a day to sell all the medicines she refined, but as time went by, it took her longer and longer. Until today, she didn't return until evening. Moreover, the healing medicine hadn't been sold out yet. The market is saturated. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Although Snow Frost City wasn't small, and there were many barbarian warriors, The continuous sales for more than a month had caused the market to shrink. After all, it wasn't easy for the barbarian warriors to earn green coins. Although they didn't feel any pressure to pay for a healing medicine worth 10 green coins, they wouldn't buy it without a limit. Under normal circumstances, everyone should keep a spare copy on them. When it was consumed, they would buy a new one. Therefore, the more time passed, the more the purchasing power of the barbarians in Snow Frost City decreased. Thinking about this, Yongkai nodded and said, "Take a rest. You can sell it tomorrow." Butterfly naturally had no objection. After getting along with Yongkai for more than a month, she had gradually become familiar with him. She no longer had the vigilance and fear of him before, so she turned around and left. Inside the tree hole, Yongkai frowned. Since the market was saturated, then it would be harder and harder to sell the healing medicine he had concocted. If the potions were hard to sell, he wouldn't have enough green coins to buy the Nadens, which would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. But after thinking about it, he didn't have any good way to improve the situation, unless there was another city similar to Snow Frost City for him to use. But in this cold winter, how could there be a second Snow Frost City in the entire barbarian race? Sure enough, as Yongkai expected, in the following days, the healing medicine became harder and harder to sell. The amount that Yongkai refined every day, even if Butterfly spin a day, she might not be able to sell 1/3 of it. Moreover, it was shrinking day by day. The number of Nadens he could buy every day was getting smaller and smaller. Although the wizard realm was close at hand, without enough Nadens to support it, he could only sigh. In this situation, he could only take one step at a time. First, he would consume all the Nadens in his hand, and then make plans. On this day, while Yongkai was cultivating, he suddenly felt something strange. There seemed to be a pair of eyes staring at him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. At a critical moment in his cultivation, Yongkai didn't want to complicate things. He thought it was just an illusion, but the feeling of being stared at was getting more and more obvious. Hurriedly opening his eyes, Yongkai narrowed his eyes and looked at a figure standing not far away. This person was an old man, but he didn't have the usual burly body of the barbarians. He looked like he was about to die, and his hair and beard were all white. He stood there quietly with a smile on his face, looking at Yongkai with interest. Yongkai was calm on the surface, but in his heart, alarm bells were ringing. How was this possible? The place he lived in was the tree hole of the evergreen divine tree. With the protection of the evergreen divine tree, it was impossible for anyone as powerful as a shaman king or a shaman saint to enter without his permission. However, this old man had appeared before him without a sound. How was this possible? However, since the other party didn't show any malice, Yongkai didn't make too much of a fuss. He just stared at him quietly. In the tree hole, their eyes met. The old man wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he looked at Yongkai with a sense of scrutiny and nodded from time to time. Yongkai felt a little uneasy under the old man's stare. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, what are you trying to do by trespassing?" "Trespassing?" Hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows and said with great interest, "That's an interesting way to put it. However, my appearance here doesn't count as trespassing." Yongkai sneered, "This tree hole is where I live. Barging in without my permission is tantamount to trespassing. I can see that old sir is quite old, so I'm afraid your mind is still not clear. Quickly leave while this sorcerer is still in a good mood. Otherwise, if this sorcerer becomes angry, don't say I don't know how to respect the old and love the young." The old man smiled. "What? You still want to hit people?" Yongkai said as if it was a matter of fact. When necessary, using force is also one of the ways to solve problems. The old man pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. "What you said makes sense. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable despite your young age. Don't be so long-winded." Yongkai waved his hand. "If you don't leave, then I won't be so polite." The old man hurriedly said, "Don't be so agitated. Don't be agitated. I just suddenly woke up and felt a familiar aura. That's why I came to take a look. I don't mean you any harm." Yongkai said with disdain, "Jackals and wolves are also very friendly to domestic animals." The old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know how to explain. At that moment, A knocking sound came from outside the tree hole. Turning his head to look, Kai Yang saw Dai standing outside. His heart filled with joy, he quickly let her in. Although he had never truly fought against Butterfly, during the past few days, he had learned that Butterfly was definitely a powerful senior magus and was much more powerful than himself. The reason why he was able to knock her down with one punch last time was because she underestimated him. If she really used her wizard skills, he might not be a match for her. He didn't know how she trained at such a young age. No matter what this old man's background was, for him to inexplicably appear in his tree hole, Kai Yang had to treat him as an enemy. Originally, he was worried that he alone wouldn't be his opponent, but now that Dai was here, things were much easier. 2 against 1. Even if they couldn't win, they could at least make some noise and let the people of Snow Frost Tribe know. Butterfly didn't know the situation, so she came in and said with disappointment, "I didn't sell anything today." While speaking, she put down the stone jar in her hand. The next moment, Butterfly opened her eyes wide and looked at the white-haired old man in the tree hole in astonishment. Yang Kai tried to signal her with his eyes, but Butterfly ignored him and just stared in front of her. Soon, a surprised expression appeared on her face and she called out, "Grandpa Qing, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" While speaking, she pounced forward and affectionately grabbed the old man's arm and smiled sweetly. Kai Yang stood there stupidly, then suddenly shivered, goosebumps appearing all over his body. If Butterfly had said such a line in a normal manner, it wouldn't have been a big deal. A beautiful girl acting coquettishly was naturally pleasing to the eye. But now, she was a burly man with a strong back and a bare waist. This sudden action made Yang Kai want to poke his own eyes out. He felt that his injuries were even greater than being hit by a sorcerer saint's full-force attack. Instead, the old man smiled and said, "Why are you here? Do you know each other?" An unnatural look appeared on Butterfly's face. Apparently, she was recalling the scene when she first met Yang Kai. But she still nodded and said, "We know each other. During this period of time, we cooperated to sell medicine and earned a lot of green coins." Sell medicine? When the old man heard this, his gaze swept over the few stone jars. Immediately, an interested expression appeared on his face. He extended his hand, and a suction force appeared. There was no energy fluctuation coming from his body, but one of the stone jars flew into his hand. He carefully examined it. Chapter 28:20. Yang Kai's expression turned cold. Although this move looked simple, it also showed the old man's perfect control over his strength. He thought that by teaming up with Dai, even if they could not defeat the old man, they could at least create some trouble for him. But now it seemed that he was wrong. This old man's strength was simply unfathomable. If he really had malicious intentions, even if he teamed up with Dai, he was afraid they would not be enough to deal with him. At this moment, the old man was obviously very interested in the potion refined by Yang Kai. After sniffing it for a while, he wasn't satisfied and actually put a little bit of it in his mouth to taste it. Immediately, his eyebrows rose and he turned to look at Yang Kai. "Did you refine this potion?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes. It's a good healing medicine." The old man was not stingy with his praise, but it can't be used too often. If you use it too much, I'm afraid it will cause some damage to your foundation. He could see the drawbacks of this healing medicine at a glance. After all, Yang Kai's medicine was only made with very common herbs. Logically speaking, it should not have such a strong healing effect. However, it could stimulate the vitality of the barbarian's blood, making their self-healing speed faster. The same principle applied to the bloodlust technique. Using it once or twice was fine, but if it was used too often, it would damage one's foundation and cause them to age faster. However, this was not a big problem. After all, it was a wound medicine, so it was impossible for people to use it too often. I didn't expect the pharmacists of today to be so powerful. The old man was obviously interested in the healing medicine. Holding the stone jar, he began to identify the herbs used. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Yang pulled Dai to the side and quietly asked, "This old man, who is he?" Dai smiled and said, "Didn't Grandpa Qing tell you?" Yang Kai shook his head. Dai said, "Since Grandpa Qing didn't say, I can't say." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said, Hurry up and give me back the green coins you earned during this time. Dai was shocked and jumped back vigilantly. Don't even think about it, it's mine. Yongkai sneered. It seems you want to let everyone know your little secret. Butterfly couldn't help but grit her teeth as she looked at Yongkai with disdain. Despicable, despicable. Shameless. Yongkai sneered. Try something new. Young man, you already have a guess in your heart. Why make things difficult for a little girl? At this moment, the old man put down the stone jar in his hand and turned his head with a smile. Yongkai frowned. Taking a deep breath, he couldn't hide the shock in his eyes as he slowly said, Although I have a guess, I can't be sure. The old man smiled and said, Whatever you think is the truth. Yongkai was shocked. He looked at the old man in shock and asked in a low voice, Old sir, are you really the evergreen divine tree? This old man had mysteriously appeared in his tree hole, and Dai called him Grandpa Qing. With Yongkai's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he couldn't connect the dots. Although he had some ideas, he didn't dare to believe them. The old man waved his hand slightly, divine tree or whatever. It's just an exaggeration the Snow Frost tribe gave me. Many years ago, I was just an ordinary evergreen tree. Many years. It could be traced back to thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Seeing the old man admit it, Yongkai was relieved. Thinking about it, it was rumored that even the wizard king wizard saint couldn't enter the evergreen divine tree's tree hole. For the old man to suddenly appear in his tree hole, besides the evergreen divine tree itself, who else in this world could do it? Because of this, Yongkai had nothing to worry about. After living in the Snow Frost tribe for so long, although he didn't interact much with others, he had heard many legends about the evergreen divine tree. However, he had heard many legends about the evergreen god tree. This was a tree of peace, a tree of protection. Naturally, it wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. Senior Qing, please forgive me. Just now, I spoke arrogantly and offended you. Senior, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Yongkai cupped his fists respectfully. Qing chuckled. There's no need for that. Dai is under your care, so why would I blame you? Yongkai asked curiously. Senior and Dai. One was the evergreen divine tree. The other was a barbarian from the floating tribe. The two didn't seem to have any relationship, but in fact, Dai seemed to be very familiar with Qing and even called him Grandpa. 16 years ago, someone abandoned a baby girl under the tree. Qing didn't explain too much and just patted Dai's head lightly. Dai didn't seem to mind and just giggled, enjoying the rare doting. Yongkai understood. It seemed that Dai was raised by Qing, so it made sense that she called him Grandpa so intimately. As for Dai's transformation technique, it was probably Qing's protection. Yongkai was very curious about what kind of wizard technique Dai used to transform her petite figure into a burly figure. After all, it was just a green leaf. But now, it seemed that it wasn't Dai's wizard technique, but Qing's power. Under the evergreen divine tree, Qing could control everything. He gave Dai a green leaf that contained mysterious power, so it was easy for him to hide her appearance. Grandpa Qing, didn't you just wake up last year? Why are you awake again so soon? Dai asked curiously. Hearing this, Qing looked at Yongkai and said, I feel a familiar aura. He said so before, but Yongkai didn't believe him. Now that he said it a second time, Yongkai naturally wouldn't doubt him. A familiar aura? Dai also turned her head curiously towards Yongkai. Yongkai's heart stirred. Could it be the aura of the immortal tree? If there was any aura that made Qing feel familiar, then it was undoubtedly the immortal tree. The immortal tree was a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. Although it was slightly different from the evergreen divine tree, it was still a tree in the end. However, this didn't make sense. The immortal tree was still in the sealed world bead, so its aura shouldn't have leaked out. Although Yongkai was a little suspicious, he couldn't explain too much. Very few people knew about the secret of the immortal tree. Qing looked at Yongkai seriously for a while before shaking his head. Strange, this aura seems to be of the same origin as mine, but it's also very different. As he spoke, he fell into deep thought. He seemed to be thinking about something, and his expression kept changing. Yongkai and Dai looked at each other. They didn't want to disturb Qing, so they could only wait in boredom. Half a day later, Ching suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. I'm old. I almost fell asleep again. Although he was old, he spent most of his time in deep sleep. It was a coincidence that he woke up this time. Dai immediately said coquettishly, Grandpa Ching isn't old. Ching smiled and said, I'm awake anyway. Little Dai, help Grandpa scratch the itch. I'm not feeling well again. Okay, okay. Dai's eyes suddenly lit up as if she had found money. She turned to Yang Kai and said, Wizard awesome, do you want to come with me? Yang Kai was confused. Scratching an itch actually required help? However, seeing that there were so many youths, he didn't have the nerve to refuse. He could only show his good character of respecting the old and loving the young. He walked forward and stood behind Ching, reaching out to scratch him. Dai was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. Ching also couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yang Kai stared at Dai unhappily. He was already so hardworking, but this guy was actually laughing. Moreover, he had a mocking expression on his face. It was simply too hateful. Dai laughed until her stomach hurt. She bent over and said, Scratching Grandpa Ching's itch is not like this. You teach me? Yang Kai stepped back and signaled to Dai. Dai stopped laughing, but she still couldn't help but smile. She looked at Ching and said, Grandpa Ching, let's begin. Ching nodded and pointed forward. The not-so-spacious tree hole suddenly split open, revealing a dark passage. No one knew where it led. Dai said to Yang Kai, Follow me. While speaking, she walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai didn't suspect anything and followed her. The moment he entered the passage, his body couldn't help but slide down. It was as if there was a sliding path under him, leading him to an unknown territory. A moment later, when Yang Kai's feet touched the ground, Dai had already cast an illumination technique, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She then pointed around and said, The reason Grandpa Ching felt itchy is because of their existence. Our mission is to clean them up. As soon as she finished speaking, pairs of red eyes suddenly lit up around them. Yang Kai looked up and was shocked. So many monster beasts. Dai said, They are all parasites on Grandpa Ching's body. They reproduce very quickly. I used to come here every year to clean them up. With your help this time, it's a bargain for you. Yang Kai asked curiously, You said I'm here to help. How can there be a bargain? Dai pursed her lips and smiled. I saw that you recently bought a lot of monster cores. It seems to be for cultivation. There are so many monsters here. Don't you have any ideas? As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. It was really a case of a desperate situation, a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. Yang Kai's healing medicines could no longer be sold, so he was worried about how to earn enough green coins to buy monster cores, but now an opportunity suddenly appeared in front of him. Inside Ching's body was a world of its own, and inside this world, countless parasitic monster insects absorbed Ching's strength to survive, growing at an extremely fast rate. It could be said that these monster insects of different sizes and appearances were all monster cores. While the two of them were talking, the surrounding monster insects could no longer hold themselves back and swam out from their hiding places, hissing as they surrounded the two of them. In an instant, Yang Kai and Dai seemed to have fallen into a world of monster insects, surrounded by 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Let's make it clear first. Whoever kills it gets it. Don't steal it from me when the time comes. Dai warned Yang Kai vigilantly before raising her hand and sending 3 streaks of energy forward. As soon as she attacked, Yang Kai felt a powerful fluctuation of power. A great wizard. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He never thought that Dai, who had worked so hard to sell medicine without complaint, would turn out to be a great wizard. Although he could not feel her specific rank, her strength was definitely not something a wizard could display. Chapter 28-21. As soon as Butterfly made her move, she displayed her extraordinary cultivation and strength. 3 streaks of air pierced through the air. Accompanied by 3 soft sounds, 3 plump monster beasts slithering over were immediately split into 2. Pale yellow juice splashed out, and the air was instantly filled with a nauseating smell. More monster insects pounced over, spitting out highly corrosive venom from their mouths. Butterfly nimbly dodged, not letting the venom touch her body. When she found an opportunity, she would use her powerful wizard technique, killing and injuring the monster insects. On the other side, Yang Kai had also charged into the swarm of monster insects. He swung his fists, looking just like a real barbarian race warrior. His fighting style was the complete opposite of Butterfly's elegance, but the speed at which he killed these insects was not inferior to his opponents. Not only that, his body was not stained with dust, and all the venom and sap that splashed in front of him was blocked by his witch shield. In less than an hour, the nest of monster insects was cleaned up. The two of them did not say a word and began to search for monster cores among the corpses. However, after obtaining the monster cores, Yang Kai found that the monster cores of these monster insects were somewhat shrunken. They were not as round and full as the monster beast's monster cores outside. Instead, they were all crooked. Not only were they large, but the energy contained inside was also pitifully low. This was probably due to the environment of this place. These monster insects parasitized the evergreen god tree and lived by absorbing the energy of the evergreen god tree. Although they could grow quickly, their foundation was definitely not as solid as the monster beast outside. Even the quality of their monster cores was somewhat lacking. However, it did not matter. There were a lot of monster insects. If the quality was not good, they could make up for it with quantity. Since coming to this ancient world, Yang Kai's appetite was very good. He had refined and swallowed at least 800 monster beasts' monster cores. As long as it could help him quickly advance to the wizard realm, he would not miss any of the monster cores. After collecting all the monster cores, Butterfly raised her head and said, "Grandpa Ching, next place." As soon as she finished speaking, the place where the two of them were standing suddenly cracked open, leading directly to the next demonic insect nest. After passing through several places, Yang Kai and Dai joined forces. The monster insects didn't even have the strength to fight back and were all killed. Yang Kai suddenly realized a problem. Since Senior Qing can feel the existence of these monster insects, why doesn't he remove them himself? Instead, you want to rely on others? Although he didn't have much experience with Azure's strength, he had some guesses. The parasitic demonic insects in his body were not something powerful. In the end, it was just a disease. If he really wanted to, he could easily solve it himself. But in reality, he had been asking Butterfly for help. Butterfly replied, "Grandpa Qing never kills." The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. He was speechless. Although Yang Kai could not agree with Qing's way of life, he could more or less understand his way of thinking, considering that this was a tree of blessing. Without another word, he and Butterfly focused on cleaning up the demonic insects inside the tree. 3 days passed in a row. Yang Kai and Butterfly didn't know how many demonic insect nests they had visited. Although the quality of the dawn they harvested was still low, the quantity was endless. After 3 days of continuous fighting, Butterfly was slightly panting, but Yang Kai was still full of energy. Butterfly was amazed by him. "It's about time. You two little guys come back." Qing's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. At the same time, a passage suddenly appeared in front of them. At the end of the passage, there was a faint light. Yang Kai and Butterfly looked at each other and walked toward the passage. Not long after, the two returned to Yang Kai's tree hole. Qing was still standing there, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "Thank you, young man. Helping people is the foundation of happiness. Senior, you don't need to be so polite." Yang Kai grinned widely as he held up his bag of monster cores. With these gone, it shouldn't be a big problem to become a wizard. On the other side, Butterfly said apologetically, "Grandpa Qing, wait until I become stronger. I will definitely help you get rid of that insect king." Yang Kai was surprised, looking up. "There's still an insect king?" Butterfly said, "Why else do you think those insects are endless? Every time Grandpa Qing wakes up, I have to kill them, but the second time I go, there are still a lot of them." "Senior, you should have said so earlier." Yang Kai immediately put down his bag and said excitedly, "Open a passage. I will go and meet that insect king." Butterfly looked at him like he was crazy. Qing smiled. "You are not strong enough. You are still not its opponent." Butterfly also said, "That is an existence comparable to the Wizard King. Be careful it doesn't swallow you in one bite." As for how strong a shaman king was, Yang Kai had never personally experienced it. This world's classification of strength was very different from his previous lives. But in this ancient world, a shaman king was already a hero who presided over a region. If converted to the realm of his previous life, a shaman king was definitely at the emperor realm. For example, Butterfly was probably around the Tao Source realm. After being mocked by Butterfly, Yang Kai was about to refute when he heard Qing say, "You have a guest. She has been waiting for you for 2 days. You should meet her first." Yang Kai frowned, poked his head out of the hole suspiciously, and looked down, only to see a familiar figure walking anxiously down below. Feather. Yang Kai didn't expect that the guest Qing was talking about was actually her. Although he and Feather were acquaintances and had fought side by side, they were not close. After bringing Yang Kai to Snow Frost City, Feather had not contacted him again, so why was she looking for him at this time? Qing suddenly said, "Young man, please help me scratch my itch. This azure leaf will be my thanks." Saying so, she stretched out her hand and a green leaf suddenly appeared between her fingers, which she flicked slightly and floated towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the azure leaf, but did not feel any power fluctuations from it. So he asked curiously, "Dare I ask, Senior, what is the use of this azure leaf?" Qing smiled slightly and said, "It's not very useful, but within the range of my shelter, I can return to your residence with a single thought." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai raised his brow and solemnly put away the azure leaf. Although this azure leaf could only allow him to return to the tree hole and seemed to be of little use, since it was given to him by Qing, he could only accept it. Qing did not say anything more and her figure flickered, disappearing. After 3 days of fighting, Butterfly also seemed a little tired, so at this time, she also said goodbye and returned to her tree hole to rest. After the two left, Yang Kai poked his head down and greeted, "Are you looking for me?" Feather raised her head when she heard this and showed a look of surprise. She chanted an incantation and a blue light enveloped her, slowly floating up and soon entering Yang Kai's tree hole. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. Feather was about to open her mouth to explain the purpose of her visit, but suddenly she seemed to have sensed something and looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, and immediately said in shock, "You are an upper-rank wizard? How long has it been?" At most, it has only been a little more than a month. The last time when she brought him back from Luobai Mountain, he was only a lower-rank wizard. How could he be promoted to an upper-rank wizard in such a short time? If she did not see it with her own eyes, Feather would not believe that there was such a nonsense in this world. She herself did not have the slightest change in this 1 month. Yang Kai shrugged and did not explain. As the foundation of the Emperor realm, he did not have any bottlenecks in the ancient wizard's cultivation. He only needed to accumulate power for a certain time, and then he would be able to break through. And this was because his cultivation method was too inferior. The cultivation method he used was only taught to him by the village chief. What kind of good cultivation method could there be in a place like Songnan Village? If he could obtain a set of cultivation methods used by the wizard saints, his cultivation speed would probably be even faster. After being shocked for a while, Feather came back to her senses and softly said, "Wizard Bull, the cart master wants to see you." "The cart master? Who is he?" Yang Kai frowned. Feather's face revealed a trace of reverence as she replied, "The cart master is one of the great wizards of the Snow Frost tribe." "Why would a great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe want to see me?" Yang Kai was puzzled. It was not that he had never seen a great wizard before. Butterfly was a great wizard, but because of her sensitive background, she never dared to reveal herself. Otherwise, she would also be an influential person. Therefore, although Feather spoke with a solemn expression, Yang Kai was not nervous at all. Feather hesitated for a moment before asking, "That healing medicine, is it really you who made it?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and admitted. Feather was in awe. "I didn't expect you to be an apothecary. It's like this. During this period of time, many of our clansmen have bought healing medicines from you, and they all feel that the effects are very good. Therefore, our Snow Frost tribe wants you to concoct more as a backup. Of course, we will prepare the materials for you. You only need to concoct the medicines." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. If it were 3 days ago, He would have been very happy to hear this news because at that time, the demand for healing pills had been very low, and he had been worried about how to earn more monster cores. Now that Snow Frost tribe had this intention, he didn't need to worry about not having enough green coins to buy monster cores. But now, he had a full harvest and was thinking of going into seclusion to refine the monster cores so that he could quickly reach the wizard realm. The Snow Frost tribe's sudden move made him feel a little helpless. After pondering for a moment, Yongkai said, "All right, you lead the way." In any case, it didn't take much effort to make those healing medicines, so it didn't matter if he cultivated while refining them. Seeing him agree, Feather was overjoyed and said, "Thank you very much. Barbarians are a family." Yongkai laughed. After leaving the tree hole under Feather's lead, the two walked all the way to the most magnificent palace. In the ancient world, such a palace was very rare. The places where the barbarians lived had always been simple and crude. Only those with high status could live in such a palace. The palace complex in Snow Frost City was the royal palace of the Snow Frost tribe, where the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe lived. The great wizard called Che also lived in this palace. However, with Yang Kai's current status, it was already an honor for him to come in contact with a great wizard. It was impossible for him to see the wizard king of the Snow Frost tribe. Chapter 28-22. He followed Feather all the way into the palace. After an hour, they finally arrived in front of a tall and powerful great wizard. Yongkai didn't know what kind of wizard arts that the great wizard practiced. His aura was like thunder, and his eyes were sharp. Yongkai felt uncomfortable. "Master Che, this is the wizard bull." Feather respectfully bowed to the wizard and introduced Yongkai to Che. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Yongkai also did as the Romans did. He put his hand on his chest and bowed. "Wizard Bull greets Master Che." Che nodded slightly and opened his mouth. His voice was like thunder, rolling. "You are the wizard who made the healing potion?" "Yes." Yongkai raised his head and looked at Che. Che said with interest, "It's rare to see a barbarian like you. Are you from the floating tribe?" Yongkai shook his head and said, "Southern barbarian tribe. I'm just a little weak." No shaman or barbarian would deny their origins. That was a form of contempt for themselves. Therefore, even though Yongkai looked very weak and looked very much like a member of the floating department, since he said so, Che did not question him. Che pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Potioneers don't need a strong body. The healing potion you made is very popular in my tribe, so you don't have to belittle yourself." "Thank you, Master, for your praise." Yongkai's neither servile nor overbearing appearance made Che look at him in a new light. It was rare to see a high-rank wizard who could be so free and easy in front of him. Wait, didn't Feather say that he was only a low-rank wizard? How could he be a high-rank wizard? There was a difference of 2 ranks. He believed that Feather wouldn't make a mistake in this information. Although he was suspicious, Che didn't ask much. He just said, "I believe Feather has already told you why he invited you here." Yongkai replied, "Feather did say so, and I, Wizard Bull, am also willing to contribute to the Snow Frost division." Che's eyes flashed as he smiled and said, "Very good. Since that's the case, Feather, bring the wizard ox in. Go ahead and report it." "Yes." Feather answered and led Yongkai inside. Not long after, the two of them entered a side room. To Yongkai's surprise, there were already 2 people here. Moreover, they were both very old, and their auras were much stronger than his own. Obviously, they were both sorcerer-level existences. Of the 2 old men, one had white hair and the other had flowery hair. Seeing Feather and Yongkai come in, they all looked at Feather inquisitively. Feather nodded slightly. Only then did the 2 old men walk forward and say in unison, "Greetings, Master Nyo." Yongkai was stunned. "These 2 are..." Feather's expression was a little unnatural. "They are the helpers that Master Nyo arranged for you. If you need any help, just tell them." "Is that so?" Yongkai smiled. Although he had some guesses in his heart, he didn't point it out. After all, this wasn't a big deal to him. Seeing Yongkai's deep smile, Feather's expression became even more unnatural. He even felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Yongkai didn't question him and said, "I need some herbs. Please help me get them." "Oh, okay. What do you need?" Feather quickly asked. Yang Kai immediately reported the names of the herbs, and Feather memorized them one by one. The two old men also pricked up their ears and listened attentively, not wanting to miss a single thing. After a while, Yang Kai reported the names of the herbs and the quantities needed. Feather immediately turned around and went out to prepare. Only Yang Kai and the old man were left in the room. Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Seniors, how should I address you?" The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. They didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai found it funny. He thought that the ancient barbarian tribe was the ancient barbarian tribe after all. They were pure and simple. Although they didn't pay much attention to stealing skills, their conscience was probably condemned, so they didn't want to reveal their names. Yang Kai didn't force them. He just found a place and took out a handful of monster insect cores from his bag. He directly stuffed them into his mouth and swallowed them. These monster cores were the size of rice grains. Not only were they small in size, but the energy they contained was also very low. Yang Kai was able to eat a few dozen of them at a time. A strange sound came from his abdomen, causing the two old men who had come to secretly learn from him to be dumbfounded. However, the two of them didn't know what Yang Kai was eating, only that he should be cultivating. So although they were surprised, they remained silent and didn't disturb him. In less than half an hour, Yang Kai had finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. His aura suddenly became stronger. When he did the same thing again, the two old men finally saw what he was eating. The white-haired old man was shocked and quickly stopped him. "Master Nyo, these are monster beast cores. How can you swallow them?" The old man also stopped him. "You can't eat them. You can't eat them." They had never seen anyone who dared to swallow a monster beast core like this. Wasn't he afraid of being stuffed to death? "I've always eaten like this." As Yang Kai spoke, he kept throwing monster cores into his mouth. Crunching sounds came from his mouth, which made the two old men's hair stand on end. They looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. "Do you two want some? They taste like monster insects. Crunchy." Yang Kai smiled and stretched out his hand, opening his palm. The two old men shook their heads like a rattle drum, and they were shocked to the core. Fortunately, at this time, a large group of Snow Frost tribe barbarians suddenly came in. Each of them brought a large amount of medicinal ingredients. Feather was the leader and ordered the barbarians to put the medicinal ingredients on the side. After all the medicinal ingredients were placed, Feather said, "Wizard Nyo, everything you want is here. I'll wait outside. If you need anything else, just call me." "Thank you." Yang Kai nodded at her. Feather turned around and left, closing the door behind her. Yang Kai closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. He finished refining the monster cores he swallowed. Then, he opened his eyes and said to the two old men, "Let's start." The two old men's expressions turned solemn as they stood up together. 2 flower rain branches, 1 earth pear fruit, 3 wolfberry grass. Yang Kai kept saying the names and quantities of the medicinal ingredients. The two old men were stunned for a moment, but then they immediately entered the state. They accurately found what Yang Kai needed from the thousands of medicinal ingredients. No matter the type or quantity, they didn't miss anything. After a while, a pile of medicinal ingredients was piled up in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Watch carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a few medicinal ingredients. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his other hand. The flame flickered and the temperature fluctuated. The two old men's expressions suddenly froze. They didn't have time to feel ashamed or guilty. Their eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's hand movements. They were all the most outstanding pharmacists in the Snow Frost division. They were all people of virtue and prestige. This time, they were arranged by Wu Che to secretly learn from him. They felt very ashamed, but they also knew that they couldn't concoct that miraculous healing medicine. Even though they knew the ingredients of the medicine, they still couldn't do anything. But the medicine that a pharmacist mastered was usually a tribe's secret. It wouldn't be easily leaked. If they wanted to know how to make the healing medicine, they could only cooperate with the Wizard Nyo and help the Wizard Nyo in the name of his assistant. Then, they could secretly learn from him. But who knew that he had already seen through their intentions? He didn't have any intention of hiding anything. Not only did he openly make the medicine, he even had the intention of deliberately teaching them. Compared to their despicable methods, this kind of breadth of mind and feelings was simply like the difference between heaven and earth. This made the two respected pharmacists feel more and more guilty. Although they felt guilty, the two pharmacists were still extremely focused and persistent on the path of refining medicine. So, at this moment, they were holding their breaths and watching attentively. They were prepared to thank and apologize to the wizard Nyo when the time came. With the personal demonstration of an alchemy master like Yang Kai, the two old men quickly understood the secret of refining the healing medicine. They were originally good pharmacists. Yang Kai's healing medicine wasn't difficult to make. It was just that some of the refining methods looked a little strange. The two old men only needed to ponder for a little while to master it. After all, they also had a deep foundation in refining medicine. So, in less than a day, the two pharmacists had basically grasped the refining method of the healing medicine. Under Yang Kai's encouragement, they personally experimented with it. Yang Kai didn't care about them. He refined his Niden and raised his cultivation. He only waited for them to finish refining before inspecting them and giving his own opinions and pointing out their mistakes. The quality of the healing medicine made by the two pharmacists was gradually improving. Days passed quietly. In the palace, the two old men and one young man had almost forgotten the passage of time. Although the two pharmacists of the Snow Frost tribe were old, they were excited every day. This was because the more they interacted with this wizard, the more they found that this young pharmacist grasped a terrifying knowledge of medicine. Often, a few words of advice from him would give them a feeling of enlightenment and endless benefits. The healing medicine made by them was no different from the one refined by Yang Kai himself. In other words, this healing medicine could be commonly used by the people of the Snow Frost tribe in the future. They didn't need to worry about ordinary external injuries. This was a major event that benefited the entire tribe. The two old men were grateful to Yang Kai. 10 days later, the large amount of medicinal herbs sent by Feather were all refined into healing medicine by the two old men. With such a large amount of healing medicine, the tribe didn't need to worry about external injuries for at least 20 years. They could even sell it to other tribes in exchange for other precious cultivation and living materials. While the two old men were concentrating on refining medicine, they didn't notice that at a certain moment, Yang Kai's aura suddenly skyrocketed. At the same time, the nadins of the demonic insects he had harvested were completely used up. Yang Kai joyfully sensed his body's condition. He slightly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as lightning, frighteningly bright. The bumpy early stage had passed. The following cultivation path would be smooth. What awaited him would be a situation of rapid progress. Chapter 28-23. In the palace, the wizard Che was holding a small bottle of sticky healing medicine. After a long silence, he raised his head and asked, "Did you refine these?" In front of him, the white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other. The former replied, "Strictly speaking, we refined them under the guidance of Master Nyo." The wizard Che asked, "Did you learn?" The two old men nodded. The white-haired old man said with some shame, "He didn't hide anything. He was very willing to teach us how to make these healing medicines, so we learned quickly." "Very good." The wizard Che smiled and said, "What do you think of this wizard Nyo?" The white-haired old man said, "He's broad-minded." The white-haired old man said, "He's open-minded." Che said, "I'm talking about his ability." The two old men were silent for a moment and said in unison, "No one can compare to him." Che's eyes suddenly lit up, like a hungry beast that saw its prey. He said lightly, "It's a pity that the southern barbarian tribe didn't make good use of such an excellent alchemist." After a pause, he said to the side, "Feather, treat him well. Do everything to meet his requirements, but don't let him leave the palace." Feather's heart trembled. He understood Che's intention and said with a complicated expression, "Yes." The white-haired old man and the white-haired old man looked at each other and sighed slightly. They wanted to say something, but when they looked up, Che had disappeared. In another part of the palace, in a wing room that could be called luxurious in the ancient world, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. His divine sense surged, feeling the power he had lost and regained. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was as the village chief had said. After reaching the sorcerer realm, Yang Kai had his own divine sense. Once he had his divine sense, all the restrictions that had been restricting Yang Kai's progress had been shattered. He could open his space ring again, and many artifacts could be used. For a moment, Yang Kai felt that the world was so big that he could go anywhere he wanted. He immediately checked the small sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had devoured so many law fragments on the fourth floor of the five-colored treasure pagoda. Yang Kai had deliberately collected the power of the law of the five elements. According to his deduction, when the five elements were united, a world would be born. However, he had never had the opportunity to investigate the changes in the sealed world bead. Until now. After his soul avatar entered the small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately noticed that this world was very different from before. Although there were no obvious changes on the surface, the sealed world bead had followed him for many years, so even the slightest change could not escape his eyes. If the small sealed world was said to be an incomplete world before, then, at this moment, this world had been completely repaired. Yang Kai could clearly feel that this world was filled with all kinds of mysterious laws. With the laws of the five elements as the foundation, they mutually reinforced and restrained each other. Under the mutual evolution, they gave birth to all things and gathered the 3,000 great Daos of the world. This was the real world, a world without any flaws. In the past, the mysterious small world's principles were incomplete, so if one's strength exceeded a certain realm, it would be impossible to make a breakthrough in the mysterious small world. Because it could not resonate with the world principles, it could not allow the world energy to gather and undergo a baptism. But now, this situation no longer existed. Even if someone broke through to the Emperor realm, it would not hinder them in the slightest. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He carefully explored the small sealed world, feeling the joy of this new world. And the completion of the small sealed world seemed to have made his medicine garden more vibrant. Many exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden swayed and grew. With the immortal tree as the center, the amazing vitality brought about by it allowed countless herbs to grow vigorously. What made Yang Kai most happy was that he felt a hazy will in the small sealed world. It was the will of this world, like a newborn baby that had just taken shape. It was confused and not fully awake yet. But Yang Kai knew that as long as it was given a certain amount of time, it would completely grow up. And at that time, that would be when he used it to comprehend the power of the world and break through the shackles of the great emperors. This was also the original intention of Yang Kai, taking great pains to repair the small sealed world. Now, it seemed that he had taken the right step. He was not in a hurry to leave the small sealed world. Instead, he immersed his mind in it, turning it into an invisible force that spread out. Like a parent, he communicated with the confused will of the small sealed world. Failure after failure, rejection after rejection, Yang Kai tried again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the rejection of the will of the world had weakened slightly. It seemed that it was gradually accepting him. Just as Yang Kai was about to take it down in one go, his vision suddenly turned black. His soul avatar collapsed and returned to his physical body in the next moment. When he opened his eyes again, he felt dizzy. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, fell to the ground with a bang. His head hurt like it was splitting. Yang Kai's face was dark. He knew that this was because he had overused his spiritual energy. Although he was now a wizard and had opened his divine sense, he was still far from his peak. Using his soul avatar like this without restraint was extremely taxing on his body. If he was at his peak, this would not be a problem at all. But now, it was a big problem. The sound of him falling to the ground alarmed the people guarding outside the door. Feather rushed in immediately. When she saw Yang Kai's pale face and bleeding from his 7 orifices, her face changed. She hurried forward to help him up and shouted, "Wizard Awesome, what happened to you?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. After seeing her appearance, he waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. He flipped his palm and took out a spirit pill to replenish his divine sense. He took it without a trace and then sat cross-legged on the bed. Although Feather was worried, seeing Yang Kai's calm appearance, she was also a little affected. She stood next to him and paid close attention to him. What shocked her the most, though, was that after a short while, Yang Kai's face lit up, causing her eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Feather could more or less see the situation just now. It was obvious that this wizard awesome had something wrong in the process of cultivation. This was a matter of life and death. How could he be safe and sound in such a short time? Just when she was in a daze, Yang Kai asked, "How long has it been?" Feather was startled, but still answered, 5 days. It had been 5 days since Yang Kai entered this room. Feather had also come to check once before. Seeing that Yang Kai was cultivating, she did not want to disturb him, so she had been waiting outside the door. "It's been so long," Kaiyang said as he jumped off the bed. After straightening his body, a series of crackling sounds could be heard. Stretching his body, he said, "Now that I've finished my business, I should go back." Feather was shocked and quickly stopped him. "You can't leave yet." "Why?" Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Feather thought quickly and finally came up with a good excuse. "The carriage master wants to see you." Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it was a little troublesome, he still said patiently, "Then take me to see the carriage master now." Feather said with a stiff expression, "The carriage master is out and has not returned. I don't know when he will come back." Yang Kai looked at her and saw that Feather was avoiding his gaze, as if she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He couldn't help but smile. Barbarians are naturally not good at lying. The image of a thief suddenly appeared in his mind, and he added, "Most of them are. The carriage master wants to keep me in the Snow Frost tribe?" After being exposed by Yang Kai, Feather panicked and did not know how to explain. Yang Kai patted her shoulder and said, "I have already taught you how to make the medicine. Go back and tell the carriage master that I don't like him. Although I have no intention of making an enemy out of the Snow Frost tribe, if they want to restrict my freedom, I'm afraid that the Snow Frost tribe will have to pay a price." Although his tone was light, it made Feather feel cold. At that moment, she felt that she was not facing a high-rank wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint. Yang Kai walked past her, but Feather felt that her body was stiff. She could not even turn around. In her shock, she realized that she could not control her body. What kind of wizard spell was this? How could it have such a miraculous effect? After a few muffled thuds, the sound of something heavy falling to the ground came from outside the door. It seemed that the soldiers guarding the door had been taken down. Feather sighed slightly. Although she felt that it was a pity, she also felt relieved. She could understand why the carriage master wanted to keep this wizard bull in the Snow Frost tribe. An apothecary who could make that kind of medicine was a huge asset. If they could keep him in the Snow Frost tribe to serve the tribe, it would be greatly beneficial to the tribe. Unfortunately, before the carriage master could explain to him in detail, the wizard bull had already forced his way out. Now that things had escalated to this point, she did not know how to deal with it. In any case, there was no room for her to interfere in this matter. In the White Mountains, she owed the wizard bull a favor. She did not want to use this kind of method to trick him, so she felt a lot more at ease. In the palace, wherever Yang Kai passed by, the barbarian warriors would silently fall down. When he was about to walk out of the palace, a tall great wizard suddenly appeared in front of him. His aura was as strong as thunder. If it was not Carriage, who else could it be? As the great wizard of the Snow Frost tribe and one of the commanders of the palace, Yang Kai had taken down so many people along the way. If he did not realize it, then he would really be derelict in his duties. Looking at the seemingly weak tribesman in front of him, Carriage could not hide the admiration and surprise in his eyes. As a pharmacist with outstanding abilities, it was already extremely rare. Who would have thought that Wu Nyo's strength was also so tyrannical? No wonder he dared to travel alone in the Luo by mountain in the cold winter snow. Previously, when he heard Feather's report that he single-handedly killed 6 bone-corroding wolves and 1 wolf king, Che still couldn't believe it. But now, it seemed that it was probably true. How could such a person not be from the Snow Frost tribe? However, it was not too late now. As long as he could convince him to join the Snow Frost tribe, it would be fine. A powerful wizard joining another tribe was not a strange thing in this world, and the best way to win someone over was to cater to their interests. Chapter 28-24. However, it had only been a short time, so Che didn't know what Wu Nyo liked. He had been collecting information about Yongkai these days, but he couldn't find any useful information. He only knew that Yongkai entered Snow Frost City with you more than a month ago and lived in the hollow of the divine tree. If it weren't for the miraculous healing medicine he had concocted to sell, Che was afraid that he would have kept a low profile. Such a person shouldn't be unknown. He should stay in the Snow Frost tribe and shine brightly. Senior Che. Across from him, Yongkai grinned sarcastically. Is this how your Snow Frost tribe treats its guests? Che's expression didn't change as he said, Since you are here, it seems that you understand my intentions. This wizard sincerely invites you to join the Snow Frost tribe. I don't know what you mean. Yongkai said, I can feel Master Che's sincerity. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. Che frowned, clearly displeased by Yongkai's casual and presumptuous attitude. Although they weren't from the same tribe, a lower wizard had to show respect to a higher wizard. However, Che didn't feel the slightest bit of respect from this wizard. However, this matter was his fault, so Che couldn't blame him. It wasn't proper to arrange for someone to secretly learn from him. The other party was magnanimous and was willing to teach them, so the Snow Frost tribe was very grateful. Now that he wanted to keep this person, it would be a bit too greedy. What conditions do you have? If the Snow Frost tribe can satisfy you, I will agree to all of them. Che didn't want to give up. He still wanted to keep Yongkai for his own use. My willingness can't be bought with money. Yongkai shook his head slightly and said in a low voice, So far, I don't have any opinions about the Snow Frost tribe. However, if Master Che continues to talk nonsense, my opinion of the Snow Frost tribe will change. AI. Che sighed heavily and raised his hand. Wizard, you're awesome. This wizard doesn't want things to go this far, but since we can't talk, I can only keep you here. I believe you can stay in the palace for a while. According to what you said to Feather, the barbarian tribe is a family. Doesn't it matter where we serve? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from his palm, crackling and exploding towards Yongkai. Halfway through, the bolt of lightning suddenly collapsed and turned into a net of electricity. Caught off guard, Yongkai was completely enveloped. Yongkai was tied up like a dumpling, his hair standing on end. However, Che frowned. Although he hadn't used his full strength in the previous attack, it was mainly to trap the other party. He had no intention of harming the other party. However, his expression didn't change even after receiving his wizard spell. This gave Che a shock. The other party was only an upper-ranked wizard. Logically speaking, he should have fainted, but Yongkai's eyes were clear. There was no sign of him fainting. Master Che. At this moment, Yongkai slowly opened his mouth. It's not that I look down on you, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you won't be able to stop me. At this point, the net of electricity that enveloped him was suddenly crushed by a surge of power. Che's expression changed, and he said in shock, Wizard. When Yongkai made his move, he saw through the details. This guy, when did he become a wizard? When he saw him a few days ago, he was clearly just an upper-ranked wizard. In just a few days, he actually crossed the shackles of a large realm. Although it was only from a wizard to a wizard, which didn't seem to be much of an improvement, it was a watershed in the wizard realm. Countless wizards were stuck in this watershed, unable to improve their whole life. Thinking about the information that Feather had revealed, Che's eyes lit up. He had found a treasure. This wasn't a simple wizard. This wizard's strength had increased at a terrifying speed. A month ago, he was only a low-ranked wizard, but a few days ago, he was already an upper-ranked wizard. This time, he was already a wizard. Such a rapid improvement meant that he had received the blessings and blessings of the barbarian god. If he had more time, he would have become a great wizard, a wizard king, or even a wizard saint. The Snow Frost tribe didn't have a wizard saint, only a few wizard kings, so there was still a gap between them and the top tribes. However, if the Snow Frost tribe had another wizard saint, the status of the entire tribe would rise by a lot. No matter what, he couldn't let this wizard leave today. He had to keep him here no matter what. Even if he hated him, he had to make him a member of the Snow Frost tribe at all costs. When he reached the peak of the wizard saint, the Snow Frost tribe would shake the world. As his thoughts raced, Che made up his mind. His aura began to roll, and arcs of electricity flowed around his body. He smiled and said, "Wizard, you're amazing. This wizard thinks more and more highly of you. Stay and become a member of the Snow Frost tribe." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I was born a member of the Southern Barbarian tribe, and when I die, I will be a ghost of the Southern Barbarian tribe. If you want to keep me here, let's see if you have the ability." Che still wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and condensed a wizard shield in front of him. As a great wizard, his years of immersion in wizard spells had allowed him to reach the pinnacle of mastery. The power he used was just right, not a single bit more, not a single bit less, and not a single bit more was wasted. This kind of wizard shield was definitely not something a newly promoted wizard could break through. Che was full of confidence, but in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, because a clear cracking sound entered his ears, and the wizard shield he had just set up shattered in an instant. A fist that wasn't very powerful was rapidly growing in front of him. The wizard shield had been broken. It was hard for Che to imagine what kind of violent power was hidden in that weak body. This kind of brute force was not inferior to the strongest warrior of the tribe who had been blessed with the bloodthirst technique. With a bang, Yang Kai's fist hit Che's face and directly broke his nose. When blood splashed, Che was already flying upside down. Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy after his success. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and showed a surprised expression. He saw that the flying Che burst with a puff, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he turned into a withered tree. At the same time, thunder roared behind him, and a powerful force seemed to shroud him. With a sweep of his divine sense, he didn't know when Che had appeared behind him. He was floating in the air, and in his hand was something like a beast bone. It was unknown what kind of beast the bone belonged to, but it showed a purple light, and on the beast bone, there were frequent flashes of lightning. Che raised the beast bone and pressed it down, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, mixed with an unparalleled power. Yang Kai's feet moved, and he dodged. Countless bolts of lightning fell, and huge craters appeared on the ground. Che raised his eyebrows and thought to himself that Yang Kai was so fast. Although they had just exchanged blows, he could already see that this wizard was not to be underestimated. Although it hadn't been long since he became a wizard, and it seemed that he only relied on the explosive power of his physical body, this kind of strength was not something that a wizard could contend against. Unfortunately, he was a great wizard. He was a whole realm higher than him. With a wave of his hand, an electric python flew out from the beast bone. It shook its head and wagged its tail, and when the python opened its mouth, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. Che seemed to have the ability to predict the future, and predicted where Yang Kai would land in advance, successfully catching him off guard. "Give up. With your ability, you won't be able to contend against me. The Frost Tribe is looking forward to your joining," Che said with a face full of sincerity. Yang Kai sneered and stretched out his hand to grasp the void. The myriad sword appeared out of thin air, and with a sweep of the sword, a sword light flew out like a waterfall. The sword light was incomparably sharp, and it cut through the body of the electric python, splitting it into two. It flew past Che's body and shattered a palace in the distance. The corner of Che's mouth twitched slightly, and he stared at the myriad sword in Yang Kai's hand. Songnan village was located in a remote area, and there were no strong people in the village. Naturally, there were no decent weapons. The villagers fought with stone spears and stone axes, but the Frost Tribe was different. The strong warriors in the tribe all had their own weapons, which were made of refined iron. Some of the strong warriors even had great wizard's weapons. The beast bone on the driver was also a kind of wizard's weapon. He wasn't an inexperienced person, but when he saw the myriad sword, his heart trembled. That sword was definitely a wizard's weapon, and it was an extremely high-level wizard weapon. Che had only seen such a high-level wizard weapon once, and it was owned by the Wizard King of the Frost Tribe. How could a wizard have such a powerful wizard's weapon? Moreover, with his strength, he could use it freely. Even a great wizard like himself couldn't use such a wizard's weapon. What he saw in front of him was beyond his understanding. Yang Kai pointed the sword at the wizard Che, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He smiled and said, "Master Che, I'll say it one more time. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. If you continue to pester me, I won't hold back." Yang Kai's confident tone shook Che's heart, but he grit his teeth and quickly said, "The Frost Tribe needs you. Please stay." Stomping his foot in the air, a Thunder Realm territory suddenly spread out wildly with him as the center, instantly covering a radius of 1,000 meters. Inside this Thunder Realm territory, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, as if the end of the world had arrived. Territory. Yang Kai grinned. This Thunder Realm territory was somewhat similar to the territory controlled by an Origin King Realm cultivator, but there were also big differences. Over the course of tens of thousands of years, the martial Dao had become more prosperous, but there had also been some changes. Che's Thunder Realm territory was more powerful than any Origin King territory Yang Kai had ever seen. Even if an ordinary Dao Source Realm cultivator were to fall into it, they would likely have to struggle. Che had obviously fought a bloody battle, his hair and beard wild as he shouted, "Enter my Thunder Prison and submit to my control. Wizard Cow, surrender. You know I don't want to hurt you." Yang Kai said disdainfully, "That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Che shook his head and sighed. "It seems that I will have to show you the power of this wizard in order to change your opinion of my Frost Tribe." Che raised his hand and shouted, "Bind." Chapter 28-25. As soon as the wizard's words fell, the surrounding thunder force condensed and wrapped around Yang Kai, directly suppressing him on the spot. Che raised his head and asked proudly, "What do you think? Do you want to reconsider?" Within the Thunder World territory, he was already in control of everything, so this wizard in front of him would not be able to cause any trouble. Yang Kai struggled a few times, but his body was firmly locked in place, unable to move, so he could not help but praise, "Impressive." Che's brow furrowed slightly as a strange look appeared on his face. The faint praise of this wizard made him feel extremely amused, as if he was not facing a newly promoted wizard, but a wizard king, a wizard saint, standing in a position he looked up to and commenting on the methods he was so proud of. Why did he have such a strange feeling? The other party was just a wizard. But in the next moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, puffed up his chest, and gently swung the myriad's sword in his hand. The tip of the sword suddenly fluctuated, creating strange ripples visible to the naked eye. Wherever these ripples passed, the Thunder World territory suddenly loosened and showed signs of collapsing. Che turned pale with fright, and he no longer dared to hold anything back. His body trembled as he increased his control over the lightning domain. Just now, when he displayed the Thunder World territory, he did not use his full strength. After all, the other party's cultivation was a great realm lower than his own. But who would have thought that this wizard actually had the ability to shake his own Thunder World territory? But it was all in vain. The ripples from the wizard's sword seemed to contain incredible power, and no matter how he increased his control, he was still unable to prevent the collapse of his Thunder World territory. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on Che's forehead as he stared at Yang Kai like he was looking at a ghost, his eyes filled with horror. The myriad sword danced gently as the power of space principles lingered around it. Yang Kai took a step forward, broke through the Thunder World territory, and walked towards Che step by step. In the later Martial Dao world, an Origin returning realm cultivator had to master Sure while an Origin king had to master territory fields. Once one reached the Dao Source realm, they would be able to communicate with the world principles. As for those in the Emperor realm, they would be able to control the world principles. The carriage was in the territory of the Lightning realm. Strictly speaking, it was better than the territory domain of an Origin king, and it also allowed Yang Kai to communicate with a trace of world principles. However, Yang Kai's power was far superior to his. If Che had not tried to display his slight skill in front of an expert by trying to bind Yang Kai with this thunder-bounded domain, he would have had a real fight with him. Yang Kai might have to expend some effort. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation was currently limited, so the power he could unleash was limited. However, Che didn't understand the situation and wanted to crush Yang Kai with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation. This gave Yang Kai the opportunity to break through the situation easily. The power of space principles was extremely mysterious, and now that it suddenly filled the territory of the Thunder World, it instantly caused the territory of the Thunder World to tremble. Wherever Yang Kai's figure passed, the lightning in the sky turned into a blank, and all the territory was wiped out. The difference in cultivation between them was obvious. It was clear at a glance. When the other party's footsteps landed, Che could even hear the sound of his own territory collapsing. The distance between the two was rapidly closing. Yang Kai's mouth was full of a mocking smile, while Che's expression was no longer as calm and aloof as before. When Yang Kai's final step landed, it was as if he wasn't stepping on the void, but on Che's heart. The powerful Great Wizard, one of the commanders of the Snow Frost Division, the wizard Che, trembled and opened his mouth to spit out a mist of blood. The territory of the Thunder World instantly collapsed, and his figure staggered backwards. She clutched her chest, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed. The destruction of his territory was equivalent to his foundation being damaged, and his injuries were not light. Previously, this wizard had boasted that it was impossible for him to stop him. He thought that he was just spouting nonsense, but now, it seemed that he was speaking the truth. How could there be such a wizard in this world? Yang Kai didn't feel the joy of breaking through the situation. Instead, he turned his head and glanced around, then clicked his tongue and said gloomily, "So troublesome." While talking, he took out a green leaf and communicated with it. When the green light flashed, his figure had already disappeared. In the depths of the palace, a terrifying aura was like that of a sleeping dragon waking up. The appearance of this aura seemed to have caused an incredible chain reaction. Soon, auras that weren't inferior to the aura came from all over the palace. Those were the great wizard kings of the Snow Frost tribe. In the entire palace, all the people of the Snow Frost tribe were pale, trembling, and standing with their heads down. Several powerful divine senses swept over, and Che resisted the attack of his injuries. He reached out his hand to his chest and bowed to the void. "Greetings to the master." What happened? The aura that appeared first suddenly spoke. The voice was erratic, and no one knew where it came from. Che pondered for a moment and briefly described what had happened before, focusing on Yang Kai's various incredible abilities and potion concocting skills. The wizard kings were silent for a moment, and it was unknown if they communicated with each other. The wizard king who spoke before said, "Since he is useful to the tribe, go and invite him again." However, the Green Master seems to be protecting him. "Don't be too rude." Green Master. Che's expression changed. There was only one person in the entire barbarian race who could be called the Green Master by the Wizard King Master. It was the evergreen god tree that protected the entire Snow Frost city. He actually received the protection of the Green Master. While he was hesitating, a look of sudden realization appeared on Che's face. No wonder that Wu Niu suddenly disappeared. It turned out that it was Master Qing's means and ability. He was just thinking about what was going on. Now that he thought about it, the other party seemed to have taken out a green leaf before disappearing. The auras of the Wizard Kings disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, they receded like the tide. Che frowned, and his face was filled with difficulty. The Wizard King Master wanted him to invite the Wizard Bull over, but the Wizard Bull was protected by the Green Master. If the other party was unwilling, what ability did he have to invite him over? If it was before, he would have had the confidence to directly suppress the Wizard Bull with force, but after the battle with the Wizard Bull, Che felt that he did not have the ability to do so. That Wizard Bull could not be treated as an ordinary wizard. His strength was at least at the level of a great wizard. It could even be said that he was at the peak of a great wizard. On the other side, after communicating with the evergreen god tree through the green leaf and returning to his tree hole, Yang Kai knocked on the trunk and called out without any trace of politeness, "Senior Green?" A figure flashed in the tree hole, and an old man leisurely appeared, looking at him with a smile. Yang Kai did not beat around the bush and said bluntly, "Thank you, Senior, for taking care of us these days. The Green Mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." The Snow Frost tribe wanted him. Although they did not want to take his life and only wanted him to work for them, Yang Kai did not want to lose his freedom because of this, so it was better for him to leave first. With his current strength, he had a good chance of winning against a great wizard like Che, but against the entire Snow Frost tribe, he had no chance of winning. Previously, he had alarmed the Wizard King, so if he did not leave now, it would be too late. Moreover, he had already achieved his goal of coming to Snow Frost City. Now that he had become a wizard, it would be best for him to return to a remote place like Zhangnan Village. With the help of the million inner cores in his ring, as long as he was given time, he would be able to quickly advance. When he was strong enough, even if the Snow Frost tribe wanted to keep him, they would not be able to do so. While talking, Yang Kai looked out of the tree hole. It was calm outside, and there were people coming and going under the tree. It was a peaceful scene. Obviously, what happened in the palace had not spread here yet. Thinking about it, he had teleported back here using the green leaf. No matter how fast the Snow Frost tribe reacted, they would at least have some buffer time. With this buffer time, it was enough for him to leave the Snow Frost tribe's territory and fly far away. At that time, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and what could the Snow Frost tribe do to him? Don't be in a hurry to leave. Green raised his hand and said, Senior, do you have any other advice? Yang Kai asked curiously. Green reached out and stroked his beard, smiling. I see that the technique you have been using these days seems to be extremely inferior. Do you want to change it? Yang Kai was startled, and he said happily, Yes, yes, yes. Previously, he had thought about changing to a cultivation technique from the Snow Frost tribe. After all, his cultivation technique was taught by the village chief, so it could not be anything good. But after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the cultivation techniques of the people of the Snow Frost tribe were mostly ice-based, so it might not be suitable for him. Moreover, he did not want to get too entangled with the Snow Frost tribe, so he did not make any requests. In any case, his current cultivation method was different from that of ordinary people. If his cultivation technique was inferior, then so be it. He might find a chance to change it in the future. Now that Green had said this, he was somewhat overjoyed. This was like someone giving him a pillow when he was about to doze off. After a pause, Yang Kai asked again, Senior, is there anything I can help you with? Although they had not interacted much, Yang Kai could tell that this elder in front of him was not someone who liked to give others benefits for no reason. He did things very clearly. If he wanted to live in a tree hole, he had to first water it with the monster beast's blood. When Yang Kai scratched his itch, he rewarded him with a green leaf. Perhaps it had something to do with him being the tree of protection. He protected the entire Snow Frost tribe. If he had to give everyone what they wanted, he would have been a lamp that had run out of oil long ago. Therefore, although he was happy, Yang Kai still asked vigilantly. Green smiled. There is indeed a small matter that I need your help with. Tell me about it. Yang Kai waited solemnly. Green said, If I told you that my lifespan is coming to an end, what would you think? Yang Kai was startled, thinking that this topic had changed so quickly that his thoughts could not keep up. He looked at Green from head to toe, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Senior, stop fooling around. Green laughed and did not continue on this topic. Instead, he said, You are a very strange person. I have lived for so many years, but I have only seen one person like you. Therefore, I have something that I want to entrust to you. What is it? Green did not say anything else, but reached out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was startled, but he knew that Green did not have any ill intentions, so he did not put up any defenses. When the finger touched his forehead, Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He was dizzy for a moment, and mysterious words appeared in his mind. But in his current state, he could not see what those words were. His vision turned black, and he fainted on the ground. Before he fainted, Green's voice faintly sounded in his ears. Chapter 28-26. When Yang Kai woke up, he was no longer in the tree hole, but in the wilderness. The pain in his head still lingered, and Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Although he had just reached the realm of wizard and opened his own divine sense, his foundation was far from comparable to that of a wizard. Qing's finger had shaken his divine sense. Obviously, an incomparably huge message had been transmitted, which he couldn't bear at all and fainted. Yang Kai didn't have the time to carefully investigate what message Qing had transmitted. When he turned his head and looked around, he met a pair of clear and bright eyes. After being stunned for a while, Yang Kai said, Why are you here? The petite girl shrugged her shoulders and said, Grandpa Qing asked me to go out with you. He said that I have always lived in Snow Frost City and was too unfamiliar with the outside world. So this is what he entrusted. Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. Qing had said that he had a small favor to ask of him and that he had entrusted something to him. Now, it seemed that Qing wanted to entrust Dai to him. 16 years ago, Dai was abandoned under the evergreen god tree. It was Qing who raised her, but Dai was different from Qing. It was impossible for her to live in Snow Frost City all the time. However, Dai's identity was too sensitive. It was not necessarily safe for her to go out alone, and she might be targeted. However, it would be different if Yang Kai took care of her. Before he fainted, Qing's words also seemed to mention Dai. Thinking about this, Yang Kai felt relieved. Anyway, Dai was also a great wizard. She shouldn't be much inferior to him now. Even if he wanted to take care of her, he probably couldn't. Qing asked her to come out with him. He probably just wanted her to see more. Where are we? Yang Kai got up and looked around and asked blankly. Dai said, Grandpa Qing sent us out with his avatar. This place is 500 miles away from Snow Frost City, east of the city. While speaking, Dai pointed to the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw an evergreen tree as tall as a person standing on the side of the road. It exuded an aura of the same origin as Qing. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he stared at the evergreen tree with great interest. Butterfly said from the side, Don't worry, the people of Snow Frost Tribe still don't know that you've left. They probably still think that you're still in the tree hole. Senior Qing, that's a good move, Yang Kai praised. Butterfly smiled and said, That's Grandpa Qing. Her words clearly showed her respect for Grandpa Qing. She turned to look at Yang Kai and asked, Where are we going? Let me take a look. As Yang Kai spoke, he took out the map given to him by the village chief. After looking at it for a while, he found his current location on the map. After comparing it to the map, he confirmed the direction of his journey. When they left the village in winter, he had told the village chief that he would return when spring came. Now that spring was not far away, he had already achieved his goal of going out to cultivate, so it was naturally time for him to return. Songnan village was located in a remote area with few people. It was a good place to cultivate in seclusion. It wouldn't be too late to explore this world when he regained his peak strength. Do you know how to fly? Yang Kai put away the map and glanced at Butterfly. Butterfly sneered and chanted an incantation. At the same time, a pair of colorful wings suddenly appeared on her back. The young girl seemed to have really transformed into a beautiful butterfly, dancing gracefully and gracefully. With a flap of her wings, Butterfly flew into the air and looked down at Yang Kai. She waved her hand and said, Let's go. What are you waiting for? Yang Kai put away the amazement in his eyes and his figure flickered as he led the way. This was Butterfly's first time leaving Snow Frost City, so she was very curious about the outside world. Her beautiful eyes were constantly looking around with a happy expression on her pretty face, as if everything in this world was new to her. However, she didn't disturb Yang Kai and just enjoyed the scenery along the way, exclaiming from time to time. Yang Kai digested the information that Qing had instilled into him as they hurried along. At first, he thought it was just a cultivation technique, but the more he looked at it, the more shocked he became because this information was not something that could be summarized by a cultivation technique. This huge amount of information almost contained the essence of Qing's life. Although Qing was a tree demon who guarded Snow Frost City all year round and never moved out, his lifespan was tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. In this long, flowing time, Great Emperor, the sea changed into mulberry fields, and only Qing stood tall. He had seen all kinds of people, experienced the changes of time, and the surging of trends. The knowledge he had mastered was profound and vast. He had the epitome of the entire ancient era. The information that he instilled in Yang Kai was all of his knowledge and experience. Cultivation techniques and wizard skills were only secondary. The most important thing was the essence that had been precipitated from his endless lifespan. What the hell? Yang Kai didn't think that a small favor was enough for Qing to give him such a precious gift. It could be said that such a gift would move even the great emperors. It would be of great benefit to his future cultivation. As long as he could digest this knowledge, Yang Kai's future cultivation would be smooth. Yang Kai was sure that this was the biggest benefit he had obtained from this trip to the secret realm. There was no other thing that could compare to it. It was also thanks to the village chief's tireless teaching that he was familiar with these ancient characters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to absorb this knowledge at all. He secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, having an old man at home was like having a treasure. If the village chief hadn't insisted, Yang Kai probably wouldn't have learned the ancient characters. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't notice the passage of time at all. He wished he could find a place to go into seclusion and digest the knowledge that Qing had instilled. But no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Moreover, he was just returning to Cangnan village. Previously, he wasn't strong enough to fly, so it took him a long time. Now that he had flown all the way back, it took him less than 5 days to arrive at his destination. Yang Kai restrained his thoughts and couldn't help but feel like returning home with honor. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Butterfly was also a little nervous. Will the people in your village hate me? Will they chase me away? Should I cast a transformation spell on myself? Outside the Snow Frost tribe, Butterfly couldn't show her burly man appearance without Qing's protection. However, as a great wizard, it wasn't difficult for her to master a transformation spell. With her cultivation, once she cast a wizard spell, no one in the village would be able to see through it. She chattered incessantly like an ugly daughter-in-law going to meet her in-laws. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Just as he was about to answer, he suddenly frowned and looked ahead. In the next moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. He suddenly increased his speed and left Butterfly behind. Hey! Butterfly didn't understand and shouted in annoyance. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. Not far ahead, there was a place that looked like a village, but there was smoke everywhere. It wasn't time to start a fire to cook, so why was there so much smoke? Frowning, Butterfly had a bad premonition in her heart. Without saying a word, she increased her speed and chased after him. After a while, when Yang Kai and Butterfly landed in the village, Butterfly turned her head and looked around. She sighed in her heart. This village had been attacked. The walls were in ruins, and there was a lot of blood on the ground. Looking at the color of the blood, it should have been there for a few days. This kind of weak village was very easy to attack. In the entire barbarian race, who knew how many villages were exterminated because of this kind of thing every year? Sighing, Butterfly said, "It's not a beast, it's a human." Although he didn't investigate carefully, this point was very obvious. There were no beast tracks on the ground, nor were there any signs of being bitten. It was obvious that this was not the work of a beast. Moreover, the battle should be over soon. The people who came were either in large numbers or very strong. The latter is more likely. Although Butterfly was inexperienced, as a barbarian from the floating tribe, tracking and counter-tracking were almost instinctive to her. Therefore, she was able to obtain a lot of information from the things left in the village. Does your village have any enemies? Butterfly asked. Yang Kai shook his head. In an instant, his divine sense surged like a tide and crazily spread out in all directions. Feeling the strength and vigor of this divine sense, Butterfly's eyes were filled with shock. This divine sense seemed to be even stronger than her own. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes turned cold and he rushed in a certain direction. Butterfly didn't know what he was going to do, but she still followed him. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of a pile of firewood. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to push aside the firewood and accurately found a hole covered by a wooden plank. Lifting the plank, a few frightened and pale faces were immediately revealed. They were all children, about 7 or 8 of them. The oldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest was only 4 or 5 years old. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the oldest barbarian child revealed a look of pleasant surprise and cried, "Brother Anyo, come out first." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and said. The oldest barbarian child nodded and lifted his little friends one by one, handing them over to Yang Kai. Not long after, the barbarian children were rescued, but because they had been frightened for a long time and had not eaten or drunk anything, they all appeared a little weak. What happened? Who attacked the village? Yang Kai looked at the barbarian child and asked. The village chief said that those people were from the bone-eating tribe. The barbarian child bit his lip and said, as he spoke, he seemed to recall the scene from a few days ago, and his body couldn't help but tremble. What? The bone-eating tribe? Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. Butterfly's expression also suddenly froze. The people of the various barbarian tribes had different temperaments because of where they lived and the cultivation methods they practiced. For example, the people of the Raging Flame tribe were extremely aggressive, while the people of the Wood Spirit tribe were gentle. But if one were to ask which tribe was the most bloody and cruel, the bone-eating tribe was the most recognized. This was because the people of this tribe, including the barbarians, could be used as food to fill their stomachs. In other words, they were a cannibalistic tribe. When there was no food, they would even kill each other to feed on their own people, let alone outsiders. Chapter 28-27. The other major barbarian tribes all kept a respectful distance from such a terrifying and savage tribe. Some people even felt that the bone-eating tribe was not a tribe of barbarians at all, but a group of uncivilized beasts. It would be best to wipe out this tribe. Unfortunately, the bone-eating tribe had a powerful wizard saint overseeing it. Unless the entire barbarian race gathered their strength, no one was willing to start a war with the bone-eating tribe. Moreover, the people of the bone-eating tribe were vengeful and not easy to provoke. It was easy to imagine the consequences of Songnan village being attacked by such an enemy. So many people have died. Brother Anyo, hurry and save the village chief and the others. The eldest barbarian child wept as he looked at Yang Kai expectantly. It was as if to him, Yang Kai was omnipotent. How long has it been since this happened? Yang Kai asked in a low voice. 3 days. 3 days. He didn't know if he could make it in time. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He turned to Butterfly and said, "Take good care of them." Butterfly grabbed his arm and said in a low voice, "What are you doing? Don't go looking for death." Yang Kai sneered. "It's still not certain who will live or die." Butterfly shook her head. "It's already been 3 days. You might not be able to catch up even if you chase after them now. If you're captured by the bone-eating tribe, there's only one outcome, becoming food. Perhaps the people in your village are already. Then they'll have to pay the price." Yang Kai shook off her hand. With a single step, he flew into the air. Butterfly gazed at his back and sighed, slowly shaking her head. The barbarian children's jaws dropped as they stared at the sky in surprise. The eldest barbarian child said with admiration, "Brother Anyo can fly." Songnan village had nearly 300 villagers, regardless of gender or age. All of them were soldiers. The bone-eating tribe had definitely mobilized many people to capture such a large number of people, so the traces they left behind when they retreated were very obvious. It was not difficult for Yang Kai to follow the traces. The snow on the ground had melted, and it was time for all living things to come back to life. Perhaps the bone-eating tribe's winter grain reserves were about to run out, so they came out in search of food. Then, they accidentally discovered the remote Songnan village. He had become the target of their attacks. According to Yang Kai's knowledge, although the bone-eating tribe had no taboos and would even eat their own clansmen, they were still humans. Thus, they preferred to eat fresh food. In other words, they would not kill all the captives at once. They would only kill their prey when necessary. This gave Yang Kai some time to save people. As long as he could intercept them or find their lair before the situation developed to the point of no return, everything would be fine. When the sky turned dark, Yang Kai came to a stone castle. The stone castle was built against the mountain. Behind it was a cliff that was as smooth as a mirror. It occupied a large area. Inside the stone castle, there were many tall and sturdy figures. The savage-looking barbarians walked back and forth with all kinds of weapons in their hands. With a green face and fangs, it looked no different from a malicious spirit. There seemed to be something hanging around the stone walls of the stone castle. Yang Kai looked at it with his eyes wide open. The things that were hanging upside down were all corpses. A rough count showed that there were at least 100 corpses. There were only 300 people in the entire Songnan village, and there were already 100 corpses hanging here. Yang Kai felt a chill in his heart. The chill he exuded was so thick that it was tangible. In the end, he was still a step too late. Yang Kai took a light breath and calmed his anger. He stood up from his hiding place and prepared to sneak into the stone castle under the cover of the night to wait for an opportunity to act. Although he had now become a wizard, and ordinary great wizards were no match for him, and logically speaking, there should not be a wizard king in this stone castle. However, it was always better to be careful. At this moment, Yongkai suddenly sensed something. He crouched down again, held his breath, and looked in another direction. There were rustling sounds, and there seemed to be some movement. Although it was faint, Yongkai could hear it clearly. He quietly released his divine sense and scanned that direction. Yongkai was surprised. After pondering for a moment, Yongkai moved like a loach towards that direction. After a short while, there was a cry of alarm in the night. Who? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, someone covered it. Yongkai put his hand on his mouth and shushed the barbarian warrior who was subdued by him. Don't be nervous. I am not an enemy. The barbarian warrior was horrified. Although the opponent only used one hand, he could not break free from the clamp no matter how hard he tried. After several struggles, he only felt cold all over, and despair shrouded him. Under the moonlight, the barbarian warrior suddenly calmed down. He stared at Yongkai with a shocked face and said, "Master Ox?" "Yes?" Yongkai was startled. "You know me?" While speaking, he let go of his hand. When he saw the tattoo on the barbarian's face, he suddenly said, "You are from the Raging Flame tribe?" The barbarian warrior was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, Master Ox, we met last time in the canyon." As soon as he mentioned the canyon, Yongkai immediately understood. His eyes lit up. "Is he here?" "He is in front. I will take you there." "Good." Yongkai nodded. Although he had noticed that there were many people gathered here, and he knew that they were not enemies, but he did not expect that they were old acquaintances. Fortunately, this barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe recognized him. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome to explain. Following behind the barbarian warrior of the Raging Flame tribe, he groped his way forward. There were constantly suspicious looks coming from all directions, as if they did not understand why there was suddenly another person. After a short while, the barbarian warrior came to the front and shouted in a low voice, "Master Ya, Master Ox is here." Ya's voice came from the front. "Master Ox? Which Master Ox?" As soon as his voice fell, a familiar face appeared in front of him. Yongkai squeezed out a smile and said, "Master Ya, we meet again." Ya was shocked and stared. "Wizard Ox, why are you here?" Last time in the canyon, this Wizard Ox had left a deep impression on Ya. It had only been one winter, so he naturally would not forget. Yongkai said in a low voice, "It should be the same reason as you." Ya was stunned for a moment, then showed a look of understanding. "It seems that your village was attacked too." "Why were you attacked too?" Ya said with a sullen face. "I brought some people to look for food outside, but when I came back, the villagers were all taken away. I followed the traces and followed them here." "Then we have the same goal." Yongkai grinned, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs, which looked extremely gloomy under the moonlight. Ya was shocked and changed the topic. "You are alone?" "I am the only one left in the village who can fight." Ya showed a look of admiration. If he was the only one left in the village, Ya might not have the courage to follow all the way here. His opponent represented the cruel and bloody bone-eating tribe, so he might not be able to escape. "Come with me, I will take you to see the master," Ya said, waving at Yongkai, then led the way in front with a crouch. Yongkai was suspicious, not knowing who he was taking him to, but he could only follow. After a while, a low voice suddenly came from the front. "Ya, what are you doing here?" Ya replied respectfully, "Master Chi, a friend from the southern barbarian tribe, is here. His villagers were also taken away by False tribe." "Oh?" The person called Chi was a little surprised and said, "Come here." Ya nodded, then signaled to Yongkai and led him forward. In the dense grass, a man and a woman sat there cross-legged. Their breath was strong but did not leak out, as if they were one with nature. "Two great wizard." Yongkai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The man should be Chi, because he had the tattoo of the Raging Flame tribe on his face, and his breath was a little hot. Obviously, he practiced the fire wizard arts and wizard arts. As for the woman, Although she had a big waist and a big body, she gave people a feeling of elegance and spirituality. This combination of temperament and body shape was very contradictory and funny. When Yang Kai came, the two people immediately looked at him with their sharp eyes, with a look of scrutiny, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Songnan Village Wizard Nyo greets the two master. Yang Kai put his hand on his chest. She nodded slightly and praised, "Wizard, not bad." "What wizard?" Yu was startled, thinking, "Isn't this Wizard Nyo an upper-rank wizard apprentice? Did Master Chi make a mistake?" What he did not know was that in just one winter, this Wizard Nyo had gone from an upper-rank wizard apprentice to a wizard. If he knew, he would probably cry out that the heavens were unfair. How can there be such a skinny tribesman? You're not from the floating tribe, are you? The woman frowned, not hiding her disgust for Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, Ye said, "Wizard Nyo is not from the floating tribe. He's from the southern barbarian tribe. He's generous. How can those floating tribe bandits compare to him?" He still remembered Yang Kai's kindness of giving him 100 beasts. "That's for the best." The woman nodded slightly, obviously not doubting Ye's words. "How should I address this master?" Yang Kai looked at the woman and asked. She said, "She's the bamboo master of the Raging Gale tribe." Ye said in a low voice, "The bone-eating tribe has raided 3 villages this time. One is yours, one is mine, and the last is the Raging Gale tribe's. I was the one who found Master Chi, and I happened to meet Bamboo Master, so we're all together now." "There's strength in numbers," Yang Kai nodded and said, "If I may ask, how are the two masters planning to move?" She said, "Wait until dawn." Yang Kai said, "Dawn is the time when people are most relaxed. It is indeed the best time to move, but both masters are great wizard. Don't you have confidence in taking down the stone castle?" Bamboo glanced at him and said, "How much do you know about this stone castle?" Yang Kai said honestly, "Nothing." Before this, he did not even know that there was a bone-eating tribe here. Bamboo said, "This stone castle is a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. There are about 700 to 800 people here, and there are about 20 wizards. The strongest of them is called Fault. He's a mid-rank great wizard." Yang Kai noticed that when Bamboo mentioned Fault, Chi's expression became wary. He clearly felt that he was not a match for the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe. Chapter 28:28. With Fault's strength, even if Red and I joined forces, we might not be his match. Bamboo explained calmly, not feeling ashamed of being weaker than others. "Fortunately, our main goal is to save people. When the time comes, as long as Red and I hold him back, the rest of you can save your people. There's no need to fight to the death with him." After a pause, Bamboo continued, "You're a wizard. You can help a lot in the battle. Since your people have been kidnapped, let's act together." Ye's expression shook as he stared at Yang Kai in horror, almost unable to believe his ears. Wizard? Was he really a wizard? He thought that Master Red had made a mistake, but now that Bamboo Master said the same thing, there was only one possibility. The Wizard Bull was really a wizard. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "The two master are planning to attack at dawn, right?" "That's right. If that's the case, I might be able to help even more." Yang Kai's eyes flickered. Red raised his eyebrows and said, "Let's hear it." After a while, Ye and Yang Kai retreated. Ye was a little dazed as if he had suffered a huge blow. After a long time, he said, "Master Bull, be careful." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "You too." As soon as he finished speaking, he chanted a spell. When the wizard's power surged, his body seemed to turn into a whirlpool and absorbed the moonlight pouring down from the sky. Ye, who was standing in front of him, was surprised to find that as the moonlight poured in, Yang Kai's body gradually became transparent and then disappeared. There was a rustling sound of footsteps coming closer and further away. You knew that the wizard bull should have left. However, when he saw with his own eyes that he could perform such a magical wizard spell, he was still amazed. That should be the legendary moon concealment spell of the Yuehua tribe. However, the Yuehua tribe had been wiped out thousands of years ago. The moon concealment spell should have been lost. Where did the wizard bull learn it? A small place like Songnan Village couldn't possibly have such a profound wizard spell for him to learn. Yang Kai's moon concealment technique was naturally not learned from the village chief, but from Blue. On the way back, Yang Kai had been digesting Cyan's knowledge. Therefore, he had learned quite a few wizard spells. At this moment, the long-lost moon concealment spell came in handy. Under the moonlight, Yang Kai was almost invisible. Only those who were within a certain distance of him or scanned him with their divine sense could discover his whereabouts. He walked all the way to the front of the stone castle and quietly climbed up the stone wall, breaking into the stone castle. On the stone walls, the bone-eating tribe's archers patrolled the area with sentries every few steps. Clearly, they knew that they might be attacked after robbing the 3 villages. Although these archers did not have parapsychic sense, they were all very sensitive and had a natural sense of vigilance towards danger and anything suspicious. When Yang Kai jumped over the stone wall, he almost attracted the attention of a shooter. The shooter's gaze swept over to where Yang Kai was. Fortunately, this fellow did not pursue the matter further. Otherwise, Yang Kai might have been exposed. After entering the stone castle, the smell of blood immediately filled his nose. It was clearly the smell of human blood. Yang Kai had seen over 100 corpses hanging on the stone walls. They belonged to 3 different tribes. Blood dripped to the ground, the sound making his hair stand on end. At this moment, the bone-eating tribe's people were feasting heartily in the stone castle. The aroma of meat filled the air. Yang Kai looked around. The bone-eating tribe's barbarians were currently chewing on some cooked meat. Much of the meat was clearly a part of a human's body. A normal person would probably lose their appetite at the sight of it, but the bone-eating tribe's barbarians were eating with relish. Even the children who had not grown up were like this. Often, for the sake of fighting over a piece of bone with meat, the children would wrestle with each other, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, the adult bone-eating tribe members would just watch from the side and laugh. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was an anomaly among the barbarians, a group of uncivilized beasts. Now that Yang Kai had seen it with his own eyes, he could only say that the rumors were true. Gently sucking in a breath, Yang Kai suppressed the irritation in his heart and began to search around the stone castle. According to his agreement with Qi and Zhu, he first had to find where the captives from the 3 villages were being held. At dawn, he would open the gates of the stone castle from the inside and create chaos. Then, the Raging Flame tribe and Fiercegale tribe would coordinate with him. At that time, he would release the captive warriors from the 3 tribes, which would definitely catch the bone-eating tribe off guard. There was a great wizard in the stone castle, and there were several wizards as well. Yang Kai could not be too presumptuous. He did not dare to use his divine sense to avoid alerting the enemy, so he could only search around bit by bit. Midnight passed. Yang Kai had practically searched the entire stone castle, but he still had not found where the captives were being held. 3 tribes, 3 villages, and at least 700 to 800 captives. With such a large number of captives, a small place would definitely not be able to hold them. However, Yang Kai did not find anything after searching around. In the end, he could only cast his gaze at the center of the stone castle. That was the core of the entire bone-eating tribe. There was a powerful and ferocious aura faintly emanating from it. It should be where the wizard lived. After a moment's thought, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and pierced into the ground. He retracted it as soon as he touched it. As expected, there was another world beneath the stone castle. Yang Kai could sense the aura of many living people hidden below. However, he did not investigate too carefully, in case the wizard noticed. However, once he confirmed where the captives were being held, the rest was easy. Yang Kai held his breath and stayed where he was for a moment. After confirming that his probing had not alarmed the wizard, he flickered and hid in a hidden spot, quietly waiting for the right moment. The stone castle was bustling with noise and excitement. The bone-eating tribesmen, who had suffered through the winter, had reaped a bountiful harvest in the past few days. Naturally, they had to celebrate. Outside the stone castle, the Raging Flame tribe and the whole Gale tribe were lying in wait. They were like 2 venomous snakes, waiting for an opportunity to bare their fangs. As time passed, the hustle and bustle in the stone castle gradually subsided, replaced by thunderous snoring. Even the archers patrolling on the stone walls began to yawn. When the first light of dawn was about to arrive in the east, the world fell into its darkest hour. A human figure appeared from his hiding place and charged towards the entrance of the stone fort like a gust of wind. With a few muffled thuds, the heads of the few bone-eating tribe members guarding the entrance split open. Their brains splattered everywhere, and they died completely in their sleep. On the walls, the few archers who heard the commotion were shocked and turned to look down. All they saw was an unfamiliar figure standing on the ground and punching the stone gates. With a crash, the stone gates shattered. As the rocks flew everywhere, the earth began to tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Chaotic and hurried footsteps rapidly approached. The archers turned their heads in horror. Under the cover of the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes that had been cast with bloodlust emitted a terrifying light. They were wrapped in an aura of death and swept over like a flood of fierce beasts. "Enemy attack!" Someone cried out in alarm. The whistle was like the wail of an alarm, jolting the sleeping bone-eating barbarians awake. At the same time, the archers on the walls knocked their arrows and fired. The barbarian archers were all master archers, so the bone-eating barbarians were naturally no exception. With a single volley of arrows, 10 some fell to the ground, dead. However, 2 figures flew out from behind the flood. Flames flickered in the hands of one of them. With a wave of his hand, 2 attacks that resembled fire dragons descended from the sky, incinerating a group of bone-eating tribe archers with a single movement of their heads and tails. The other person chanted, and a terrifying tornado immediately swept up from the stone walls. It was as sharp as a blade. All the bone-eating barbarians caught in the tornado had their tendons ripped apart and their bones dislocated. Their flesh and blood were completely obliterated in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only ghastly white skeletons. Qi and Zhu struck out at the same time, instantly eliminating the threat from the archers. Following closely behind the 2 great adepts were the adepts and adepts of the 2 tribes. There weren't many adepts, only 7 in total, but they were constantly chanting incantations as they ran, casting all sorts of spells on the warriors of the 2 tribes, making them faster, stronger, and more ferocious. Yang Kai turned around and hovered in the air. He stared coldly at the bone-eating barbarians who had rushed over from all directions. The bone-eating wizards in the crowd yelled at their clansmen, as if they were instructing them to attack Yang Kai. There was no need for instructions. Yang Kai was an obvious target, so the bone-eating barbarians could see him clearly. Before he could even get close, arrows whistled through the air in an attempt to knock him down. The wizard's shield lit up. Not a single arrow with the force of 1,000 kilograms was able to do anything to him. In the next moment, all sorts of strange wizard spells shot toward him. The wizard's shield remained standing. Ripples appeared on its surface, blocking all the attacks. The wizard in the crowd was stunned. The valiant bone-eating barbarians had already charged up to Yang Kai. Around a dozen vicious warriors leapt into the air, aimed their weapons at Yang Kai, and swung them down. Yang Kai extended a hand and grasped at the air. The myriad sword appeared in his hand. With a casual wave of his hand, 100-meter-long beam of light seemed capable of shattering space, shining with resplendent light in the air. Whoosh! The dozen or so bone-eating warriors who had leapt into the air were cut in half at the waist. As they grunted, they fell to the ground. Their organs scattered, and blood gushed out like a fountain. All the bone-eating barbarians stopped in their tracks. They all stared at Yang Kai in shock, as if they were looking at the most savage demon of all. The fearless bone-eating barbarians actually felt fear from this sword. "How dare you act so impudently in this wizard's territory? You're looking to die." A furious roar rang out from the stone fortress. Soon after, a half-naked man with a vicious face flew out like a bolt of lightning. Before he even arrived, he had already thrown a punch. Yang Kai's pupils constricted. He turned the myriad sword and held it horizontally to his side. With a boom, the myriad sword hummed. The blade of the sword bent, on the verge of shattering. Before Yang Kai could counterattack, 2 figures suddenly shot out from his left and right. It was Qi and Zhu who had joined forces to attack. The 2 great shamans from different tribes did not say a word and directly went to find the strongest Wu Yu. The sorcery that they had refined for many years instantly blossomed with a shocking radiance. Chapter 28-29. In a single moment, the three great wizards were locked in a fierce battle. The battlefield rapidly rose until it was above the clouds, vanishing without a trace. Rumble, the 300 men from the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe had arrived as well. Wherever their iron hooves landed, the defense of the stone fort was in shambles. The nimble archers leaped onto the stone walls and drew their bows. The sound of arrows whistling through the air was endless as they shot down one bone-eating tribe warrior after another. This sudden attack from both inside and outside had caught the bone-eating tribe off guard. These bone-eating tribesmen had only just woken up from their meal and sleep. They did not even have the time to react to their usual battle prowess. Several dozen of them died in a single moment. However, after a brief moment of shock, the savage and bloodthirsty bone-eating tribe finally returned to their senses. Nearly 20 wizards scattered across the tribe began to chant, casting various buff wizard spells on their tribesmen. The two groups of barbarians formed into several hundred groups and charged at each other. One side was fearless under the protection of their sharpshooters, while the other side was stimulated by the smell of blood. They roared and howled as they clashed together. The ground wailed in grief. The battlefield immediately became like a huge meat grinder. Blood splattered everywhere as flesh and blood separated. Barbarians fell one after another. Yang Kai pulled his gaze away from the clouds and glanced at the chaotic and barbaric battle before him. He frowned slightly, and with a single movement, he appeared above the bone-eating tribesmen. The myriad sword thrummed, and a streak of light shot out from the tip of the sword. There was no disturbance at all. It was completely silent. There was a flash of light. A long empty space immediately appeared between the bone-eating clansmen gathered together. The bone-eating clansmen who were originally in this space were all reduced to dust and vanished. The noisy battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The eyes of the bone-eating tribesmen were filled with fear, while the Raging Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe were overjoyed. No one had expected this seemingly frail fellow to be so powerful right off the bat. With a swish, a streak of blood-red light shot out from below. Turning into a blood snake, it opened its mouth and bit down on Yang Kai. This was the sorcery of the bone-eating tribe. It was mysterious and difficult to defend against. When the snake opened its mouth, a nauseating stench wafted out. Clearly, it was highly poisonous. If someone was bitten, they would not end up well. Yang Kai, however, didn't even look at them. Under the shocked gazes of the people of the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe, Yang Kai didn't even look at them. He casually raised his hand and grabbed the blood snake in his hand. With a squeeze, the blood snake turned into a pool of thick blood. It sprinkled down from the sky. Meanwhile, a wizard from the bone-eating tribe grunted. Blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. The blood snake was his trump card, a trump card that he had cultivated with his own blood essence. When it was broken by Yang Kai, he had already suffered quite a bit of backlash. Without a doubt, he was very experienced in battle. When he saw Yang Kai easily break through the blood snake, he knew that he was no match for this person. Thus, his figure blurred as he tried to hide in the crowd. Yang Kai threw out the myriad sword, which turned into a streak of light. After circling around the crowd, it pierced through the chest of this bone-eating shaman and came out from his back. It then returned to Yang Kai's hand with a twist. With a crash, 10 some bone-eating tribesmen collapsed. As for the targeted sorcerers, they couldn't escape the same fate. The sorcerer's sorcerer shield was like paper in front of the myriad sword, unable to provide any defense at all. The bone-eating tribesmen were truly shocked. Their eyes were filled with shock as they took a few steps back. Even their own adepts had been killed by him in an instant. Who else could stop him now? Only Master Yu had such a possibility. However, Master Yu had been pinned down by the enemy above the clouds. He could not do anything else. Roar! The warriors of the Raging Flame tribe roared. While the bone-eating tribesmen retreated in fear, they valiantly charged. When they clashed, the bone-eating tribesmen, who had the advantage in numbers, began to retreat in defeat. Yang Kai nodded at Fong, who was standing in the crowd. With a single step, he left the battlefield. Although the might of his two swords had given the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe a huge advantage, suppressing the bone-eating tribesmen's courage and confidence, they were still outnumbered. If the battle continued, they might not be able to maintain their advantage. He had a more important mission to accomplish. Thus, he quickly arrived at the stone fortress he had scouted earlier. The enemy attack had mobilized all the bone-eating tribesmen, so no one tried to stop him when he charged into the stone fortress. But in other words, even if someone tried to stop him, they would not be able to stop him. After scanning the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai quickly found an entrance to the underground. Opening the stone door, Yang Kai headed down. A pungent smell filled his nose, and he could vaguely make out the light of fire from the depths of the ground. Very soon, he entered a place that seemed like an underground prison. His footsteps alarmed the bone-eating tribesmen guarding the cage. A deep, muffled voice rang out from up ahead. "What's going on up there?" Yang Kai did not answer. He continued forward. "I'm asking you what's going on up there." The person did not seem to have a very good temper, so he could not help but bellow out. What answered him was a cold gleam in the darkness. Yang Kai brushed past him, and his head flew into the air. His burly body swayed a few times before collapsing on his back. Blood spurted from his neck, dyeing the ground red. This sudden turn of events caused the other bone-eating tribesmen guarding the prison to pale in fright. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, the myriad sword had already flown out and reaped their lives like weeds. Withdrawing the myriad sword, Yang Kai looked around. He saw that the underground prison had been divided into over a dozen cells. Every cell was packed. Pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai in shock and anticipation. "Anyo?" A familiar voice called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Ahu's face. "Big Brother Anyo? Big Brother Anyo is here. Anyo is here to save us." In the cells, the other villagers of Tsangnan village began to shout. Their voices were filled with excitement and joy. Yang Kai walked forward and placed his hand on the cell door. Wizard energy surged, and with a sudden jolt, the sturdy cell door instantly shattered. The villagers of Tsangnan village swarmed out. There was no need to say anything else. They spread out and went to rescue the captives in the other cells. Yang Kai looked at them and found that apart from being a little weak, there were no other problems. However, he soon frowned and asked, "Where's the village chief?" He didn't see the figure of that benevolent old man here. The moment he said this, the expressions of the Tsangnan village villagers around Yang Kai dimmed. Yang Kai looked at Ahu with a sharp gaze. Ahu lowered his head and said, "When those bastards brought us back, the village chief could not bear the torture and died on the way back." Yang Kai did not say a word, but his aura became bone-chilling. Ahu raised his head and said with bloodshot eyes, "Anyo, I want revenge. Revenge for the village chief." The villagers of Tsangnan village gritted their teeth and growled. Yang Kai raised his head and saw the burning flames of revenge in the eyes of the villagers. He nodded slightly. At this moment, the captives in the other cells were also rescued. One person from the Furious Flame tribe and the Fierce Gale tribe walked out. They seemed to be their leaders. However, before they could speak, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Master Chi and Master Bamboo have brought people here. Right now, the people of your two tribes are fighting the bone-eating tribe. They need your strength." "Master Chi is here? Master Bamboo is here too?" When the people of the two tribes heard this, they were overjoyed. These two people were great wizard-level existences. With them here, the people of the two tribes were much more confident. "Ahu, take everyone and fight with them. Don't let any one of the bone-eating tribe go." Yang Kai turned his head and ordered, "Okay, today, we'll kill every last one of the bone-eating tribe. Kill every last one of them." Everyone shouted. Facing a common enemy, the several hundred people seemed to unite as one. Their combined aura soared into the sky. Yang Kai chanted an incantation. Exquisite wizard spells appeared in his hands one after another, transforming into a mysterious power that increased the strength of the three tribes. The several hundred people were shocked. This was especially so for Ahu and the others. They all felt that this was inconceivable. Even though Anyo was a wizard, They had never seen anyone use so many wizard spells on hundreds of people before. Moreover, they felt that the wizard spells that Anyo used were much more profound and effective than the ones that the village chief had given them. At the very least, the bloodlust spell gave them a different feeling. His originally weak body was now rolling with endless power. Even if a tiger or leopard stood in front of him, he would probably be able to tear them apart with his bare hands. Anyo, how strong was he now? The great battle was imminent. There was no time to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Go." Ahu nodded at Yang Kai. Together with the leaders of the other two tribes, they led the several hundred tribesmen outside. Yang Kai stood where he was without moving. He gently closed his eyes, and his divine sense surged and expanded like a tide. He instantly locked onto the wizard Fault, who was fighting two people on the clouds by himself. The next moment, he raised his sword and pointed it at the sky. His figure flickered, and he turned into a spinning top. Wherever the tip of his sword passed, the ground above his head would crack, revealing a deep passage. With a crash, Yang Kai broke out of the ground. His body was wrapped in sword light as he soared into the clouds. At the same time, the wizard Fault, who was not at a disadvantage even though he was fighting two people by himself and even had a slight advantage, suddenly felt a sense of danger. He felt an aura of death envelop him, causing his entire body to turn cold. Seeing that he was in a daze, Red, who had been targeted, quickly jumped away. He put on several layers of wizard spell shields on himself, but he was still drenched in cold sweat. That moment just now had been extremely dangerous. He had thought that even if he could not kill this wizard Fault, he could at least hold him back if he joined forces with Bamboo. As long as that wizard Nyo released his tribesmen who had been captured, they would be able to reverse their disadvantage in numbers. Then, they would be able to retreat easily. This time, their main goal was to save people, not to fight to the death with the bone-eating tribe. However, after they actually fought, Red realized that his judgment was wrong. Chapter 28:30. Although Fault was indeed a medium great wizard and was only one rank higher than him and Bamboo, this guy's strength was much higher than he had expected. Both of them were unable to gain any advantage over him even after joining forces. His wizard artifact was a gourd that could pour out a sea of blood. The sea of blood was extremely corrosive. Both he and Bamboo were trapped in the sea of blood and could only unleash 80% of their strength. If not for that, the situation would not have been so difficult. Fault was obviously planning to split up and attack, using the power of the sea of blood to bind Bamboo and then kill him. They had only fought for a short while, but he was already beaten to the point where he could not retaliate. If Fault had not taken the initiative to retreat, he would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. Why did he retreat? Red did not know the reason, nor did he know if this was Fault's battle strategy, so he could only retreat to Bamboo's side and watch vigilantly. In the next moment, he understood why Fault had retreated. It was because a sensational and extremely sharp aura suddenly pierced through from below the sea of blood. Even if this aura was not directed at him, it made Red feel uneasy and his spirit waver. Fault, who was facing this aura, would not have it easy either. That was indeed the case. Fault, who had been acting as though he had nothing to worry about, seemed to have encountered a natural enemy at this moment. His expression was extremely nervous, and he kept chanting incantations. The sea of blood churned into waves and gathered at one point, turning into a whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool emitted a terrifying might that could shatter mountains and split seas. She sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with horror. It was not because of Fault's strength. He was only a great wizard. Even if a medium great wizard was one rank higher than him, how strong could he be? Fault's strength was built on that wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. This was definitely not a wizard artifact that a great wizard could easily obtain. This should be a wizard artifact bestowed to him by the Wizard King or the Wizard Saint. Thinking of this, Red's heart sank. Before he could think further, that sharp aura had already collided with the sea of blood. In an instant, there was a sizzling sound, and streaks of sword aura appeared out of thin air. Wandering in the sea of blood, wherever the sword aura passed, blood mist would rise, and a lot of it would be destroyed. Red's eyes lit up. Although he did not know where this strong helper came from, he knew that this was the best opportunity for him to counterattack. He looked at Bamboo, and the two of them looked at each other. There was no need to say anything. Both of them chanted incantations, and the wizard artifact in their hands glowed as they attacked Fault. But when they made their move, more or less, it took away some of Fault's energy, causing the power he used to resist the sharp aura to become unstable. The blood-colored vortex suddenly became chaotic before it collapsed with a crash. A sword light tore through the air from within the vortex. Man and sword became one as they slashed towards Fault. The rain of arrows blocked the advance of the sword aura. Streaks of filthy blood tainted the sword aura, and the sword aura suddenly dimmed, revealing the figure of a person. With a cold snort, Yang Kai landed in the sea of blood. He looked at his surroundings in surprise. "It's you." Red looked at Yang Kai in shock. He could not believe that this strong helper who suddenly appeared was the wizard from the southern barbarian tribe. Is he still a wizard? How can he be so powerful? Even Bamboo's eyes were trembling, clearly unable to accept what she was seeing. Wizard? Fault frowned. He thought that the person who came was at least an upper-tier great wizard, but after taking a closer look, he realized that the other party was only a wizard. But soon, Fault revealed a look of realization. His gaze lingered on Myriad's sword for a moment. He could tell that the reason why this wizard was able to display strength that far exceeded his own was because of that sword. It was definitely a wizard artifact that not even a wizard king or a wizard saint could ignore. After figuring this out, Fault could not help but laugh. The most powerful thing about his sea of blood was its ability to corrode wizard artifacts. No matter how powerful a wizard artifact was, as long as it came into contact with blood, it would lose most of its spirituality. Using the power of a wizard artifact to fight him was the most unwise thing to do. As long as he could corrode the sword's spirituality, he could do whatever he wanted in this sea of blood. It did not matter if there were 2 or 3 enemies. He did not care. But the next moment, Fault's body trembled as he looked in front of him in shock. That was because Yang Kai only shook slightly, and the blood on Myriad's sword disappeared, revealing a bright and wide blade. There was no trace of corrosion at all. How was this possible? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai had turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced on him again. "Be careful." She was shocked. Although Yang Kai's stunning attack just now had shocked him, this guy was still just a wizard. How could there be a good end for him if he rushed towards the enemy so rashly? Fault laughed loudly and looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. He raised his hand, and the sea of blood separated. The tsunami-like blood came crashing down on Yang Kai, instantly making him disappear. Crimson's mouth was wide open, and his face was full of annoyance. He secretly scolded that southern barbarian shaman for not being able to do anything right. Fault's blood sea was already difficult to deal with, and now that it had corroded him, it would be even more powerful with his power replenishment. Retreat immediately. Only then would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, when Fault reacted, neither he nor Bamboo would be able to escape. As for his tribesmen, he would let them escape as much as they could. In the current situation, he could not care about others. Thoughts flashed through Red's mind, but he did not take action. This was because he saw that there was something wrong with Fault's expression. Logically speaking, Fault should be happy that he had just gotten rid of a powerful enemy. However, there was no joy on his face. Instead, he looked shocked. Could there be some changes? Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure broke through the air from the sea of blood. His beast skin clothes had been completely corroded, revealing a body that was considered weak by the barbarians. However, that seemingly weak body was not injured at all. He moved like the wind and appeared in front of Fault in an instant. He raised his extremely wide and sharp sword high up and slashed down fiercely. That slash scared Fault out of his wits. He realized that although the slash seemed simple, he could not dodge it no matter how hard he tried. It was as if he had been locked in place. In a hurry, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and forcefully twisted his body. With a soft sound, Fault's left arm was severed. It fell into the sea of blood and turned into pus in the blink of an eye, causing the sea of blood to churn even more violently. Fault took a few steps back and looked at Yongkai in shock. He held his severed arm and his mind was in a daze. He had no idea how his opponent had managed to survive the sea of blood that enveloped him, nor how he had managed to sever his arm. Just as he finished speaking, a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him. It was almost touching his face. Fault was frightened out of his wits. He quickly retreated. With a thought, a blood-red vortex appeared under his feet. He fell straight down as if he was trying to hide himself. Right at this moment, the other party's right eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and a dignified vertical pupil that caused one's heart to palpitate appeared. This pupil actually exuded a mysterious power that seemed to be able to affect one's soul, causing one's mind to become uneasy. That moment of hesitation caused Fault to slow down his escape. Yang Kai's myriad sword slashed down again, and Fault's right arm was sent flying. The intense pain caused Fault to snap back to his senses. He let out a scream and did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately hid in the sea of blood and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai shook his head with a vexed expression. Due to the laws of the ancient era and the suppression of this mystic realm, he was unable to unleash his full strength. Even using the demon eye of annihilation once was strenuous. However, with both his arms severed and Fault heavily injured, he probably would not dare to appear before him again. In the void, the sea of blood churned. Crimson and Bamboo were rooted to the spot as they stared at Yang Kai. Their minds were in a mess. Was what they saw real? The two of them suspected that there was something wrong with their eyesight. A wizard managed to sever both of Fault's arms with just 2 swings of his sword. On the other hand, Fault did not seem to have any intention of dodging. He simply allowed himself to be injured like a fool. As grand sorcerers, the two of them couldn't understand this battle. However, the situation was not optimistic. Although Fault was heavily injured, he had successfully escaped into the sea of blood. In the sea of blood, he was truly like a fish in water. No one could guarantee when he would suddenly jump out and launch an attack. Just as they were thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at the two of them. His cold eyes caused Crimson and Bamboo to shiver. In the next moment, a horrifying scene appeared. The shaman bull raised his hand, and a pitch-black crescent blade strangely appeared. It carried an aura of death as it slashed towards the two of them. The two of them did not doubt that if they were to take such an attack, they would definitely lose their lives on the spot. "What are you doing?" Bamboo was enraged. She thought that the wizard's mind had been tainted by the sea of blood and had attacked her own people. As she spoke, she joined forces with Crimson to cast a wizard's spell shield in front of them. However, the pitch-black crescent blade was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the wizard's spell shield and continued its attack. The two great wizards felt chills run down their spines as the aura of death enveloped them. At the critical moment of life and death, their minds went blank. The next moment, a cry of agony came from behind them. It was Fault's voice. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. They did not have the time to think about why they were not dead or injured. They quickly turned their heads and saw Fault's face filled with hatred and fear. His right leg had been severed and his body was escaping into the sea of blood, disappearing in an instant. "His target is the two of you." Yang Kai's voice was heard. "Be careful." Crimson and Bamboo were ashamed when they heard that. Just now, when did you appear behind them? They didn't notice at all. If Yang Kai hadn't struck first, one of them would have been killed. Chapter 28:31. In the void, the blood sea was still there, and the three of them stood still. Yang Kai's eyes were like lightning as he searched for Fault's whereabouts with his telepathic thoughts. Crimson and Bamboo did not dare to let their guard down. The two of them stood back to back, guarding against any sneak attacks from behind. The blood sea was no longer tumbling, and it was quiet. However, everyone knew that Fault had not escaped and was still there. It was not that he did not want to escape, but that he could not. Once he appeared from the blood sea, that strange and powerful wizard would definitely not let him go. After witnessing the wizard's means, Crimson and Bamboo could no longer treat him as a wizard. He was someone who could beat Fault to the point that he could not fight back and even lose an arm or a leg. Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide? Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded, with a hint of sarcasm and disdain. Today, this wizard will make you pay with your blood. As he said that, he suddenly reached out and picked up a longan-sized pearl. The pearl looked normal, but when Yang Kai activated it, it suddenly emitted a strong suction force. In front of the pearl, a pitch-black whirlpool appeared, as though it led to hell. The blood sea was attracted by the suction force and surged into the whirlpool. Crimson and Bamboo's eyes lit up, and they were secretly excited. In the current situation, Yu did not dare to show himself. Using the miraculous power of the blood sea to hide himself, the two of them did not have any good methods to find him. If this stalemate continued, Yu might be able to escape. After all, they could not possibly guard the blood sea for the rest of their lives. However, seeing the power of the wizard tool that the Wizard King took out, it seemed like they could do something great. As long as the blood sea was completely absorbed, Fault would have nowhere to hide. The only question now was whether the inconspicuous pearl could absorb such a large blood sea. The answer was, of course, yes. The sealed world bead was a world of its own. Although Fault's blood sea was not small, it was nothing to the sealed world bead. It was only a matter of time before it was completely devoured. Under Crimson and Bamboo's nervous gaze, the blood sea that shrouded the sky was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, the suction force from the pearl did not weaken. The huge whirlpool was still there, and the surging suction force pulled the blood sea's water in. In less than 5 minutes, the blood sea was only half its original size. At this moment, Fault, who had been hiding in the blood sea to recuperate, finally could not sit still any longer. 80% of his abilities were entrusted to the blood sea. Once the blood sea was destroyed, he would definitely suffer a backlash. The tranquil blood sea suddenly began to churn. Beneath the churning blood sea, a figure moved swiftly like a swimming fish and charged towards Chizhu and Chizhu. It was silent and secretive, and no matter how vigilant Chizhu and Chizhu were, they were actually unable to notice it in the slightest. With a crashing sound, Fault suddenly appeared in front of Bamboo, like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. His face was filled with a ferocious smile. His arms and right leg, which had been cut off by Yang Kai, had somehow recovered. It was just that the new skin was white and tender, and not as strong as before. Bamboo was shocked. She made a hand seal, and the wizard's spell shield lit up. At the same time, a wind blade slashed at Fault in an attempt to push him back. As the blood sea surged, a blood wall appeared in front of Fault, blocking the wind blade. After the blood wall dissipated, Fault was nowhere to be seen. Immediately after, Bamboo sensed that her wizard's spell shield had been broken. She was scared out of her wits, and her body turned cold. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. The figure was not tall. Instead, it looked a little weak, but it gave off an illusion that it was hard to look at its back. The wizard was awesome. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed at the void. Amidst the blood mist, he seemed to have caught something, and there was a groan. Fault's figure reappeared. However, Yang Kai had grabbed him by the neck, and his strong body was lifted up by Yang Kai like a little chick. Bamboo panted heavily, and there was a lingering fear on her face. Everything happened in a flash. She did not have any time to react. If the wizard had not suddenly appeared at the critical moment and accurately caught Fault, who was hidden in the blood mist, she would have been finished. How did he do it? Bamboo was confused, but she knew that now was not the time to think about it. Now that Fault had been captured, with the various means and strength that the wizard had displayed, Fault should not be able to cause much trouble. It could be said that they had won the battle. Just as she relaxed her mind, Fault suddenly revealed a strange smile and said unhurriedly, "Do you think you've caught me?" Bamboo was a little confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she could not tell what was wrong. "Do you think you've succeeded?" Yang Kai asked with a sneer. Fault, who was confident of victory, immediately revealed a look of shock. Before he could say anything else, Yang Kai exerted force and broke his neck. Splash! Fault, whose neck was broken, suddenly dissolved into a pool of blood and returned to the blood sea. Blood doppelganger. Crimson and Bamboo were shocked. If the wizard had caught Falt's blood doppelganger, then where was the real Fault? The two of them could not help but think of something. They turned their heads at the same time and saw that above the blood sea, in front of the blood sea, Fault had unknowingly appeared there. He was holding the blood sea in his hand. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the wizard artifact. This was undoubtedly a wise move. Fault's abilities were built on the foundation of the blood sea. Now that the wizard artifact had the power to break through the blood sea, it was unreasonably powerful. If Crimson was in Fault's shoes, he would definitely think of a way to snatch the wizard artifact away. As long as the wizard artifact did not break through the blood sea, Fault would be invincible. The blood doppelganger that attacked Bamboo earlier was just a cover to attract the wizard artifact's attention and lure him away from the wizard artifact. And reality proved that Fault's trick was quite effective. The wizard artifact was indeed lured away. No one was looking after the wizard artifact, so Fault grabbed it in his hand. At this moment, Fault should be overjoyed, but why did he have an expression of fear? The hand that was holding the wizard artifact's bead was trembling violently as if it was struck by lightning. Idiot! Yang Kai sneered. He strolled on the blood sea and walked toward Fault. Feeling Yang Kai's approach, Fault's expression was filled with fear. His wizard power surged wildly, but he still could not escape the suction force from the sealed world bead. He was firmly rooted to the spot and could not move. He thought that he would be fine as long as he stole the sealed world bead. Little did he know that Yang Kai had already merged with the sealed world bead and could command it like his own arm. The wizard artifacts of ancient times were very different from the secret treasures of modern times. If the sealed world bead was really a wizard artifact, perhaps Fault would have already gotten it. However, the sealed world bead was a world of its own. Before Fault could refine it, how could he lift it? Even if the wizard king wizard sage was here, he would not be able to lift it. Instead, it was the suction force from the sealed world bead that locked Fault to the spot. Seeing Yang Kai gradually approaching, a trace of panic finally flashed across Fault's face. Even when his arms and legs were chopped off, his expression did not change much. But now, he experienced what despair was. He did not beg for mercy or cower. Instead, he looked coldly at Yang Kai and sneered, "The bone-eating tribe will not let you go." As soon as he finished speaking, a determined look appeared on his face. Wizard power surged from his body. Yang Kai frowned and stopped in his tracks. At the next moment, there was a loud bang and Fault's body exploded. Blood rained down from the sky, and the world seemed to be raining blood, dyeing the ground red. In such a desperate situation, Fault chose to self-destruct. It was clear that he had a strong character. However, most barbarians were like this. In a situation where death was certain, very few would choose to linger on with their last breaths. The sea of blood disappeared, and the sky was clear again. The sun had risen and shone brightly in the sky. However, it could not dispel the chill of the land. The slaughter below was still ongoing. The bone-eating tribe's stone fort had 700 to 800 tribesmen, while the Raging Flame tribe and Fierce Gale tribe only had 300 people. However, the captives Yang Kai brought out made up for the lack of numbers, giving the Raging Flame tribe an advantage in numbers. The only drawback was that they had fewer wizards. The three tribes only had 7 or 8 wizards, while the bone-eating tribe had close to 20. Therefore, this battle was earth-shattering. Both sides were evenly matched and barbarians kept dying on the spot. This evenly matched situation changed the moment Fault died. When the sea of blood that covered the sky disappeared, everyone looked up to see the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups. In a sense, the outcome of the battle between the higher-ups was the final outcome. 3 figures stood in the air. The tribesmen of the 3 tribes cheered wildly while the bone-eating tribesmen looked ashen. Kill! With a furious roar, the 3 tribes launched their final charge. Without Fault, the bone-eating tribe no longer had the right to contend against the 3 tribes. Their morale fell, and the stalemate was instantly broken. Bamboo and Crimson said nothing. They flew down and unleashed powerful wizard arts, killing enemies with a wave of their hands. The 20-some wizard of the bone-eating tribe lasted less than 10 breaths before they were wiped out. Without the support of their shamans, the strength of the bone-eating warriors was greatly reduced. Soon, they were slaughtered to pieces. In the later stages of the battle, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, no one showed mercy, because their enemy was the bone-eating tribe. They were outliers among the barbarians, a tribe that should have been removed from the list of barbarians long ago. The battle lasted for half a day. When the last bone-eating tribesman died, the stone castle was covered in blood and corpses. The tribesmen of the three tribes roamed the battlefield. They did not care whether the bone-eating tribesmen were dead or alive. They would deal with them later. Afterwards, they began to gather the corpses of their tribesmen. When night fell, a simple ceremony was held outside the stone castle. The corpses of the tribesmen of the three tribes were piled together, and Crimson presided over the cremation. The barbarians believed that the scorching flames could allow their tribesmen to return to the embrace of the barbarian god after death. Chapter 28:32. Outside the stone castle, the tribesmen of the three tribes were ready to set off after a night of rest. Although most of them were injured, with some even missing an arm or a leg, and could only be carried by others, everyone had a joyful expression. To be able to save their tribesmen from the bone-eating tribe was already an amazing achievement. Not far away, Red, Bamboo, and Yang Kai were whispering to each other as they walked. "Wizard Bull, you have to be careful of the bone-eating tribe's revenge," Bamboo warned seriously. The bone-eating tribe is a tribe that seeks revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, we've massacred a small tribe of theirs. They definitely won't let this go. Red nodded. "It's best if you find time to meet with your tribe's Wizard King Master. It's better for him to deal with this matter." After all, the bone-eating tribe was in the wrong first. If the Wizard King intervenes, this matter might not be settled. "It's not that simple." Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I don't know if you've noticed, but False Wizard Artifact is not something a great wizard like him can easily possess." When he said this, Bamboo and Red's expressions changed slightly. They had clearly thought of this as well. Yang Kai continued, "To be able to possess such a wizard artifact means that False's background is not small. Perhaps he's a descendant of the bone-eating tribe's Wizard King or Wizard Saint, or perhaps he's highly regarded by the Wizard King. If we kill him, we'll cause quite a bit of trouble. Even if the Wizard King intervenes, it might not be resolved." Bamboo said, "No matter what, if the Wizard King intervenes, there will be a chance. With our current strength, we can't fight against the Wizard King." Yang Kai smiled and didn't say anything. He was now a sorcerer, and perhaps he was still not a match for a sorcerer king. But now, he had already activated his spirit sense, and he could also use all of his space law abilities. Even if he really had to face a sorcerer king, he wouldn't be afraid. Moreover, as long as he was given enough time, his strength would increase exponentially. Zhu and Qi, on the other hand, would not be able to fight back if the bone-eating tribe's Wizard King came looking for them. It was reasonable for them to seek the protection of their own tribe's Wizard King. The three of them chatted as they walked. Although Qi Zhu and Qi Zhu's realms were much higher than Yang Kai's, they had experienced a bloody battle yesterday. The two of them no longer dared to underestimate him. They didn't have the ability to force a middle-ranked great wizard to self-destruct. Therefore, the two of them took the initiative to lower their statuses and communicate with Yang Kai as equals. Half a day later, the three groups parted ways. Yang Kai led 200 villagers towards Cangnan village. There were more than 300 villagers in Cangnan village. However, after this battle, their numbers were reduced by a third. As the only remaining wizard in the village, Yang Kai naturally became the leader of the village. 3 days later, Kai Yang led the 200 or so people back to Cangnan village. Looking at the ruins of the village, many of the villagers were somewhat depressed. At the entrance of the village, Butterfly's figure suddenly appeared. She sized up Yang Kai and nodded at him. Behind Butterfly, 7 or 8 children rushed out one after another and found their parents. They hugged each other and wept bitterly. The sudden appearance of a stranger like Butterfly made the villagers curious. Fortunately, the villagers did not have much contact with the outside world and were unfamiliar with the floating tribe, so they were just curious. However, Butterfly's body shape was similar to Yang Kai's. She was not as strong as the average barbarian. Instead, she made the villagers feel close to her. Yang Kai introduced Butterfly to the villagers and told them that she was his friend. Immediately, he was warmly welcomed by the villagers. Since the village was destroyed, it naturally had to be rebuilt. Fortunately, the villagers were all big and strong, so it was not a problem for them to do this. The rebuilding work took less than 5 days, and the dilapidated village was restored to its former appearance. 5 days later, everything was on the right track. In the wooden house, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. After searching through the space ring for a while, he finally found a rank 9 Monster Beast's monster core. The rank 9 Monster Beast's monster core was not something that Yang Kai would care about in the past. When he was picking up monster cores in the Savage Wildlands Beast Tomb, Yang Kai only picked up monster cores that were rank 9 and above. He did not pick up monster cores that were below rank 9. Otherwise, the number of monster cores in the millions would be even more terrifying. But now, this rank 9 monster core might be a little too high level for him. Previously, the Monster Beast's monster cores that Yang Kai used for his cultivation were not very good. The highest level one was only equivalent to a rank 6 monster core. Now that he suddenly had a rank 9 monster core, it was like a cabbage in a clear soup facing a table full of delicacies. He did not know if he could handle it. But at this point, Yang Kai had no reason to hesitate. His physical body was not bad to begin with. Even if the energy in the rank 9 monster core was a burden to him, it would not cause him to be injured. Opening his mouth and swallowing the monster core, Kai Yang immediately began to use a set of witchcraft techniques. This wizard technique was not the one that the village chief taught him. It was obtained from Qing's knowledge. It was an extremely high-level wizard technique that could not be compared to the one that the village chief taught him at all. When the wizard technique was used, Yang Kai immediately felt the difference. He was an expert from the Emperor realm after all. He could tell the quality of the technique with just a try. This wizard technique that he obtained from Qing was indeed impressive. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times faster than before. The most important thing was that he had just consumed a rank 9 monster core. A burning sensation immediately came from his abdomen, as if there was a flame burning within. When the surging energy contracted and expanded, Yang Kai's stomach instantly became round. If his physical body was not strong enough, this alone would have been enough to make him explode and die. His face was red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Under the great nourishment, Yang Kai's nostrils were already bleeding. He was as still as a mountain as he guarded his mind and used the wizard technique to refine it. As he swallowed and spat it out, the air waves were like the sea. The wooden house was actually on the verge of collapsing. The surrounding spiritual energy was surging, causing the villagers to be shocked. They did not know what was going on. However, Dai Mao Lu, who was teaching the children cultivation, saw some clues and stopped Ah Hu and the others from rushing into the wooden house. Dai integrated into the village very quickly. She had helped a lot during the 5 days of reconstruction. To the simple and honest villagers of Tsangnan village, she was already a member of the village. Moreover, everyone knew that she was a powerful wizard like Unyo. Naturally, no one dared to disobey her words. This strange phenomenon lasted for a full day before the movement from Yang Kai's wooden house gradually subsided. In the wooden house, Yang Kai's round stomach became flat again. A rank 9 monster core had been refined by him using the wizard technique and integrated into his body, turning into his own powerful capital. His sorcerer realm had increased by quite a bit. Without hesitation, Yang Kai once again took out a rank 9 monster core and swallowed it. The sounds of movement and waves of air that shocked the villagers once again came out from the wooden house. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, the villagers of Tsangnan village had almost gotten used to the various strange movements coming from Anyo's wooden house. From the initial curiosity to the current calmness, they had experienced this many times. In the beginning, this kind of movement only happened once a day and slowly subsided. However, as time went on, the frequency of this movement increased and it subsided faster and faster. Dai said that Anyo was cultivating. The villagers didn't understand the wizard technique, but they felt that this kind of cultivation was different from what the village chief used to do. The village chief had also cultivated before, but there wouldn't be such a big movement. However, since Dai said that it was, then it was. For a whole month, Anyo didn't show his face again. The villagers were even worried that he would starve to death in the house. Arnai and the others tried to send food several times, but were stopped by Dai. Now, Arnai looked at Dai with resentment. Strictly speaking, Anyo was very irresponsible. In the past, when the village chief was leading everyone, he would guide everyone on what to do. However, ever since Anyo became the village's new leader, other than being busy for 5 days to rebuild the village, there was no trace of him after that. Ahu and the others could only act according to their discretion. If there was no other way, they would ask Dai. Although Dai wasn't very experienced, she could still control the affairs of a small village and helped the villagers a lot. Now, although Dai's prestige in the village wasn't as high as Yang Kai's, it was only below Yang Kai's. On this day, the quiet village was suddenly alarmed by a sharp whistle. The villagers rushed out of their wooden houses one after another. Ahu and the other young adults all had solemn expressions on their faces, as if they were ready for a big battle at any time. This was because the whistling sound came from the fence wall. It was a warning sound. This sound meant that an outsider had come to the village. "What's the matter?" Ahu rushed up the fence and looked at the archers patrolling the wall. "A great wizard is coming." The archer pointed forward, and Ahu looked over. Sure enough, he saw a person flying towards them from the sky. A wizard, and a very powerful wizard. Only a wizard of the wizard level could break free from the pull of the earth and fly in the air like a bird. Ahu's eyes suddenly sank. "He's injured." Dai's voice suddenly came from beside him. Ahu didn't know when she came, but after more than a month of contact, Ahu and the others understood that Dai was also a very powerful great wizard. Since she said so, it was definitely not wrong. Injured? Ahu frowned. When he looked over again, he did find some clues. The great shaman who was flying over was unstable and swaying. As the great shaman approached, he could vaguely see a trace of blood red. The other party was indeed injured. "It's someone from the Raging Flame tribe," Dai said again. "Master Chi." Ahu finally saw the other party's face and couldn't help but cry out in alarm. This was the Master Chi of the Raging Flame tribe. Ahu had seen him more than a month ago at the Bone-Eating tribe's stone castle. As far as he knew, Master Chi was a great wizard. What kind of person could injure him? Moreover, looking at his current appearance, the situation didn't seem optimistic. His right arm was missing, and blood was gushing out, dyeing half his body red. And from the look of the wound, it didn't seem to be caused by a sharp weapon. Instead, it looked like someone had torn it apart with their bare hands. Ahu's body went cold at this thought. Chapter 28:33. Who was his enemy to be able to tear off a great wizard's arm? In just an instant, Ahu made the most appropriate response. He turned around and said, "Go get Anyo." As soon as he said that, he was stunned. This was because he discovered that Anyo had appeared behind him at some point, hovering in the air. Anyo's eyes were piercingly cold as he stared ahead. His face was unusually cold. Chi, who had flown over from afar, had clearly discovered Yang Kai's existence as well. He was pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, his body suddenly froze. His eyes widened in horror, and his entire body began to tremble violently. It was as if an invisible hand had pinched him in the air. He could not move at all. His face turned green and purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "Run away." As soon as he finished speaking, his body suddenly swelled up. His simple animal skin clothes burst open, and his skin became transparent. His blood vessels could be seen clearly. Whoosh! When he had swelled to his limit, Chi exploded, turning into a pool of blood that rained down from the sky. Not even his corpse was left behind. Many of the villagers of Tsangnan village were shocked. They had no idea what had happened at all. They all took a few steps back from Chi's miserable appearance. When they looked over again, a burly figure had suddenly appeared where Chi had been. The person was dressed in heroic attire, and there were several skulls of various sizes on his waist. The skulls radiated with a chilling aura that enveloped the entire Tsangnan village. At this moment, the strange person who had suddenly appeared was holding something in his hand. He grinned viciously at Yang Kai as he gnawed on the food in his hand. The bone-eating tribe? Ahu cried out. He could tell the person's identity from the unique pattern on his face. He had long heard that the bone-eating tribe was a tribe that would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Anyo and the other two tribes had cleared out a small tribe of the bone-eating tribe. So Ahu had been rather worried about the bone-eating tribe's revenge. He had wanted to find some time to suggest that Anyo lead everyone to migrate, but Anyo had been cooped up in his house all this time. Naturally, he could not bring this up. Now, it seemed that he had been right to be worried. The bone-eating tribe had really come for revenge. Moreover, this person's strength was absolutely terrifying. After all, even the great wizard, Master Qi, was killed by him. How could Anyo be his opponent? When the nearby villagers heard Ahu's voice, their expressions turned cold. They had experienced the terror of the bone-eating tribe before. When they saw what the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe was holding, their faces paled. That was because it was actually a calf. Moreover, it looked like the calf of a child, definitely not more than 5 years old. With each bite, the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe tore off a large chunk of flesh. He chewed with relish, which made him look even more ferocious. Many of the villagers felt extremely uncomfortable. Their stomachs churned, and they felt like vomiting. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at the blood that had spilled on the ground after Nakashi's death. He sighed slightly. Although he did not understand what had happened to Qi, he could vaguely guess. The great wizard of the bone-eating tribe had probably not killed Qi on purpose. Instead, he had purposely tortured and chased after him, using this opportunity to find the location of Tsangnan village. Perhaps he had used many methods to prevent Qi from heading to the main tribe of the Furious Flame tribe, forcing him to seek out reliable allies. Regardless, to be able to toy with a great wizard, there was only one possibility for this great wizard's strength, the Wizard King. "I smelled your aura," the great wizard of the bone-eating tribe suddenly said. The bone-eating tribe's great shaman suddenly spoke up. He looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze, over at the stone fort. Yang Kai sneered. "I killed Fault." The great wizard sneered. "You?" He clearly did not think that Yang Kai had the ability to kill Fault. After the incident at the stone castle, he had specially gone to investigate. He had used some methods to replay the battle that day. Although it was blurry, it was enough for him to track down the murderer. Furious Flame Tribe, Furious Gale Tribe. He visited them one by one, destroying 2 small tribes and killing everyone who had participated in the battle at the stone castle. Only the last target he could not determine was him. It was as if something had blinded his investigation. In the end, he had no choice. He could only follow behind Qi and let him lead him to find the murderer of that day. The plan was very successful. Qi, who had nowhere else to go, had indeed come to an unfamiliar place. When the great wizard smelled the aura of the last target, he decisively activated the hidden hand he had left on Qi and killed him. All that was left was to destroy this small village. The dignity of the bone-eating tribe could not be violated. Any enemy who dared to taint themselves with the blood of the bone-eating tribe would definitely suffer 1,000, 10,000 times the revenge. "Do you think I don't have the ability?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Butterfly, telling her to take the villagers and hide. Although Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously after a month of seclusion, he had to go all out against the Wizard King. He could not care less about Tsangnan village. If the villagers did not hide well, the power that leaked out would be enough to scatter their souls. The great wizard snorted and did not comment. "Fault also thinks I don't have the ability, and then he died." Yang Kai chuckled. The great wizard said condescendingly, "Are you trying to say that I, the wizard Qi, will meet the same end?" Yang Kai shrugged, but his attitude was no doubt a silent agreement. The wizard Qi stared blankly at Yang Kai for a while, then burst into laughter. His laughter rolled like thunder, and it had the effect of catching one's soul. Many of the villagers who were quietly evacuating were shocked by this laughter, and blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Only Yang Kai faced it head-on, unmoving like a mountain. Wu Qi stopped laughing and frowned as he looked at Yang Kai. He found that Yang Kai wasn't pretending to be calm, but really wasn't affected at all. This was really a bit strange. A trivial great sorcerer seems to have some skill. He was the Wizard King. Even if he was just a low-tier Wizard King, he was still a Wizard King. How could a great wizard resist his laughter that secretly stimulated his power? However, the other party just stood there like an immovable mountain. His methods were completely ineffective. As he spoke, Wu Qi threw down the leg in his hand and stretched out his hand to pat his waist. When his wizard energy surged, a wave of ghostly wails and howls sounded out, and the few skulls hanging on his waist actually emitted a chilly aura. Their empty eyes flickered with a dark green glow, and they flew out together. How dare you kill my bone-eating tribesmen? Today, this wizard will turn all of you into food. As the wizard Qi roared, the skulls that flew out grew in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. They spread out and blocked the village's surroundings. Each of them breathed out a chilling aura from their mouths. Wherever the aura hit, the ground and wooden houses would freeze, losing all life. In the blink of an eye, the village seemed to have turned into a burial ground, filled with the aura of death. Fortunately, Yang Kai had secretly instructed Butterfly earlier. At this moment, the villagers had all gathered in the center of the village and were preparing to retreat into the tunnel, so there were not many casualties. This tunnel was excavated under Butterfly's supervision. After experiencing the bone-eating tribe's invasion last time, the existence of this tunnel was enough to ensure that the villagers would have a safe way to leave if a similar situation occurred again. Therefore, when Butterfly suggested this, Ahu and the others naturally did their best to cooperate. In a month's time, the tunnel had been dug to a secluded location 15 kilometers away. It was enough to create a safe buffer zone. However, the aura of death spread extremely quickly. It would take time for the 200 villagers to retreat. If they did not stop them, they would not be able to retreat safely. Fortunately, when the skulls began to move, Yang Kai moved as well. With a slight sway, he suddenly appeared before a huge skull. When the wizard Qi saw this, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He said disdainfully, "You're looking to die." The skulls were his wizard artifacts. He had refined them for who knew how many years, making them even more difficult to deal within himself. If Yang Kai had attacked his main body right now, he might have had to expend some effort to repel him. However, this guy just had to come looking for trouble with his wizard artifacts. He really didn't know what he was talking about. While speaking, the wizard Qi's mind moved slightly. The huge skull's dark green light flashed wildly. Then, the cold aura it spat out increased several times in an instant. It completely wrapped around Yang Kai. This cold aura of death was refined from the resentment of the people he had killed and eaten. Its power was mysterious and powerful. Not to mention that the other party was a great wizard. Even if the other party was a wizard king, they would be haunted by evil spirits and their mind would be shaken. When that time came, he could play with the other party in the palm of his hand. He could kill him however he wanted. The wizard Qi could almost foresee Yang Kai's end. It was nothing more than being frozen on the spot by the cold aura of death and then having his soul taken away by the skulls. However, within the dense cold aura of death, there was suddenly a burst of colorful light. Within the light, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other. It circulated endlessly. It was like a pillar in a monstrous flood. It stood tall and did not fall. Instead, it was driven to expand. The wizard Qi frowned. He instinctively felt that it was somewhat impossible. The other party was indeed only a great wizard. Moreover, he should be a low-rank great wizard. There was no reason for him to be able to resist the power of his wizard tool. But what he saw in front of him was beyond his scope of understanding. Under the 5 elements' indestructible sword Qi, a sizzling sound could be heard. The cold aura of death that was enough to make the wizard king feel difficult to deal with was actually blocked outside of his body. Yang Kai raised his sword high. His power surged. A burst of light suddenly rushed into the sky, as if it was going to pierce a hole in the sky. In the next moment, he slashed his sword at the skull. The sword light fell, as if it could split the river and split the sea. The cold aura of death was clearly divided into 2 halves. The huge sword light heavily chopped at the skull. An extremely sharp wail sounded. The dark green ghost fire in the skull's eye sockets flickered violently a few times. Under the push of the huge force, the skull was sent flying. It kept tumbling in the air, but its momentum did not decrease. It looked like it was going to fly out of the sky. Chapter 28:34. Wizard Chi was shocked. He did not expect this great wizard to be able to do this. He quickly waved his hand, and the flying skulls immediately shrank as if they were summoned by something. They were held in his hand. Looking down, Wizard Chi was furious. His face suddenly turned ferocious. A crack had appeared on his wizard tool. This was the shaman weapon of a shaman king. Not to mention a crack, under normal circumstances, no matter how the shaman king attacked, not even a mark would be left behind. But now, this tiny crack was like a gaping mouth that was wantonly mocking his ignorance. Just as he was investigating the skulls, he suddenly felt his heart tremble. He looked up and roared, "Enough!" That ordinary-looking great wizard had flown in front of another skull and slashed down with his sword. After suffering once, Wizard Chi knew what the other party was capable of. He quickly recalled all the wizard tools that were spraying out the cold air of death, preparing to turn the village into a territory of death. The 6 skulls flew back and circled around him like shooting stars. They had shrunk to their original size. Without the skulls wreaking havoc, the air of death that covered the village quickly melted away like snowflakes under the scorching sun. Yang Kai rested the myriad's sword on his shoulder and looked at Wizard Chi casually. He chuckled. "I'm not bragging, but you'd better give it your all." The Wizard Chi's eyes twitched. If it was any other great wizard who spoke to him like this, he would definitely not care. But the one in front of him was different. "Fault, was it really you who killed him?" Wizard Chi asked coldly. Yang Kai said, "Not really. He died by self-explosion in the end." "It really was you." Wizard Chi was enraged. Previously, he had some doubts. With Fault's capabilities, how could he be killed so easily? Moreover, even the stone castle had been massacred. After all, Chi and Zhu did not have the ability to kill Fault. Previously, he thought that the Wizard King of the whole Gale tribe or the Raging Flame tribe had made a move. But now, after experiencing Yang Kai's means, he knew that the other party was not lying. Fault had really died in his hands. Otherwise, he would not have known so many details. Fault's abilities were mostly built on the Sea of Blood. The Blood Sea was the manifestation of his wizard artifact, the Blood Gourd. The great wizard who killed Fault appeared to have a powerful wizard artifact as well. How could an ordinary wizard's tool damage his skull? But he was just a great wizard, even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. Now that he had personally made a move, could he still escape alive? "You will pay the price for your arrogance," Wizard Chi bellowed. Suddenly, he raised his hands. The 6 skulls intertwined with each other and whistled as they pounced toward Yang Kai. However, this time, the skulls did not grow larger. Although they were less powerful, they were undoubtedly more agile. In just an instant, the 6 skulls had sealed off Yang Kai's escape route. Then, they opened their mouths. From their mouths, they spat out a chilly aura. This aura seemed to be able to freeze everything. Even the Wizard King would not feel good if he came into contact with it. Yang Kai stood upright with his sword in hand. Sword flowers bloomed as he shook his sword, creating an impenetrable defense. There was a series of clanking sounds. The 6 skulls' full-force attacks were ineffective. They were all blocked by Yang Kai's sword aura. Even the skulls were beaten until they were unsteady. Wizard Chi did not panic. It was as if he had already expected this. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a disdainful smile. As his lips moved, he silently chanted an incantation. With a flick of his finger, a powerful wizard spell was silently launched. It quietly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai, who was facing him from the side, did not seem to be prepared for this. Wizard Chi sneered in his heart, silently waiting for the scene of Yang Kai being killed. But at this moment, a transparent wizard shield strangely appeared. At the same time that the wizard shield appeared, a translucent ghost crashed into the wizard shield. It let out a miserable howl. Yang Kai did not even look at it. He only grinned. While his right hand held the sword to block the 6 skulls, his left hand threw a washbowl-sized fireball at the ghost. An even more miserable howl came out. The formless ghost was instantly turned into nothingness. Wizard Chi was dumbfounded. This kid, he actually still has the strength to block my sneak attack? Where did he get such a strong divine sense to guard against my secret attacks in such a high-intensity battle? Wizard Chi's face was ashen. He felt an inexplicable sense of humiliation. He was the Wizard King. Against a great wizard, he was actually being countered by him? In a fit of anger, Wizard Chi controlled the six skulls to continuously increase pressure on Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands danced, and one wizard spell after another was launched at Yang Kai. He could guard against it once, but it did not mean that this kid could always guard against it. As long as he distracted him, his wizard would find an opportunity to kill him. But the next scene made Wizard Chi dumbfounded. In the face of his continuous wizard spell attacks, Yang Kai was actually not surprised. His left hand was constantly blooming with various wizard spell lights, methodically dealing with his own attacks. In an instant, the two great wizards actually started a battle of wizard spells in the air. Although there was almost a large gap between their realms, the wizard spells they released did not seem to be inferior. Whether it was the frequency or the damage, they were all at the same level. They constantly collided in the air, blooming out dazzling lights one after another. Perhaps, at the beginning, Wizard Chi could feel that he had a certain advantage. His opponent occasionally felt a little flustered, but as time passed, his opponent's mastery of the wizard spells became more and more refined. The power and control of the spells were not inferior at all. What the hell? This was only a small village, not even the scale of a tribe. In a village like this, Wizard Chi had destroyed at least 80 if not 100. In every village like this, it was already very good to have one wizard apprentice, but this village had a great wizard. What was even more unacceptable was that this great wizard could be on par with him in terms of wizard spells. How could he have mastered so many wizard spells? Any tribe's wizard spells were not easy to learn. Every wizard could only learn the wizard spells that were researched by their own tribe and passed down by word of mouth from generation to generation. As far as he knew, the wizard spells of the southern barbarian tribe were not very special. They were relatively mediocre. And at the level of a great wizard, it was already very impressive to be able to master a dozen or 20 wizard spells. No matter how many wizard spells they learned, they would not have the energy to learn them. And among these dozen or 20 wizard spells, only a small half of them could be used to attack. The other half were mainly used to buff the warriors of the tribe. He was a low-rank wizard king, but he had only mastered 50 wizard spells. There were only 27 types of sorcery spells that could be used to attack. He had long since memorized these 27 sorcery spells by heart and could use them at his fingertips. With this kind of achievement, even some middle-rank wizard kings would have to admit defeat. But, compared to the opponent, it was like a small wizard meeting a great wizard. In this short battle that lasted less than an hour, Wizard Chi had seen at least hundreds of wizard spells from the opponent. None of them were repeated, and the opponent did not seem to use any effort to cast them. It was as if he had practiced many times. Many wizard spells made his eyes red because those wizard spells were the secrets of many tribes. Only the great wizard of those tribes could master these secrets. Was this guy really a great wizard? Looking at his age, he did not seem to be very old. Where did he learn so many wizard spells? How did he have the time to master all these wizard spells and use them as one? If the opponent was an old man, Wizard Chi would not be so surprised. Old people could always do some amazing things, but the opponent seemed to only be around 20 to 30 years old. The more the Wizard Chi fought, the more shocked he became. For some reason, he had the illusion that the opponent was a wizard king and he was a great wizard. This was because the performance of this great wizard was really amazing. It was so amazing that he wanted to capture him right now and bite off his flesh while he was still alive to taste the wonderful taste. Boom! In another battle of wizard spells, the two wizard spells collided in mid-air. However, they did not dissolve each other like before. Instead, the opponent's lightning strike, after breaking through his soul-collecting spell, continued to rush towards him. The flickering lightning was like a poisonous snake, opening its mouth full of fangs. Wizard Chi was shocked. His wizard spells were broken through. In a hurry, he could only condense a wizard shield in front of him. After successfully blocking the lightning strike, Wizard Chi's face turned green and white. He was silent for a long time before he said, "You are using a wizard book to practice?" Recalling the scenes from before, Wu Qi suddenly had a bad feeling. If his guess was right, then this time, he would fail miserably at such an easy task. Yang Kai laughed loudly. With a wave of his sword, he pushed back the 6 skulls around him and said loudly, "Thank you, Wizard King Master, for helping me." Yang Kai had inherited a huge amount of knowledge from Qing, but he did not have time to carefully digest it. During this month of training in seclusion, he was also digesting Qing's inheritance. Unfortunately, training in seclusion was not as good as using real swords and spears. It was rare for a wizard king to come to his door, so Yang Kai naturally wanted to test the results of his 1 month of training. The result was very satisfactory. All the ideas he had during his seclusion were tested today. Although there were some differences, it did not affect the overall situation. After getting Yang Kai's confirmation, Wizard Chi's face became more and more ugly. A huge sense of shame shrouded him. He trembled and said, "You're looking for death." Fighting against Wizard was definitely a wrong decision. This guy was completely relying on his own training, so the wizard spells he released were getting stronger and stronger. He gradually lost the initiative and broke through his own wizard's interception. This great wizard was really terrifying. He could actually grow rapidly in battle. The speed of his growth had already made Wizard Chi feel uneasy, so he decided not to play around with him anymore. He wanted to end the battle quickly. When Yang Kai shouted, the 6 skulls that had been hovering around him suddenly flew back. In the blink of an eye, they returned to Wizard Chi's side. Wizard Chi's expression was stern. He chanted an incantation. The 6 skulls that were flying around him flew faster and faster. They gradually turned into a dark green light. Chapter 28:35. When the light dissipated, the wizard pool and the 6 skulls disappeared at the same time. In their place was a monster that was about 5 meters tall. The monster had a green face and fangs. Its hair was disheveled, and its face was ferocious. At first glance, it looked like a legendary evil spirit that could reap souls. On the evil spirit's body, translucent human faces floated up and down. They struggled and wriggled, revealing all sorts of tragic expressions. The wails that came from their mouths were chilling. Yang Kai stood with his sword in hand. His expression was cold as he said, "You really deserve to die." The human faces that appeared on the evil spirit's body were clearly souls. Where did the souls come from? They were clearly the people that the wizard pool had killed and eaten. Those people that the wizard pool had killed had not only suffered great terror and torture before their deaths, but even their souls had not been able to escape. They had been devoured and refined by the wizard pool and kept in his body. They could not reincarnate and would forever fall into hell. If such a wizard king was placed in the future, he would be a veritable evil cultivator. He would be hated by everyone. However, in this era, the bone-eating tribe had the protection of the wizard saint. He could do whatever he wanted. The wizard pool, who had transformed into an evil spirit, had his already powerful aura reach a new height. That shocking might was comparable to that of a high-tier wizard king. He laughed sinisterly. The aura that came out of his mouth seemed to be able to kill the world. The vegetation around him quickly withered. He opened his hand, which turned into a screen of light that covered the sky. He grabbed at Yang Kai. The space around him was locked. Yang Kai tried to teleport, but it was completely ineffective. His expression turned ruthless. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The myriad sword in his hand released a circle of light. His body was wrapped in sword light as he pounced toward the giant hand. The power of a great wizard surged wildly. As the giant hand closed, Yang Kai's muffled groan could be faintly heard. However, in the next moment, a hole appeared on the back of the giant hand. Yang Kai rushed out from it, his whole body covered in blood. He arrived above Wu Qi's head without any fear of death and fiercely chopped down with his sword. The wizard pool was not flustered. His other palm swept across the air as if it was light, as if he was swatting a fly. Before Yang Kai could attack, the palm had already sent him flying. The wizard's spell shield did not have the slightest effect and shattered in an instant. Rumble. Yang Kai tumbled in the air and hit a small hill before he regained his balance. When he got up again, he was in a sorry state. His mouth and nose were full of blood. "It ends here." Wizard Pool's cold voice rang in his ears. By the time he finished speaking, he had already reappeared in front of Yang Kai and reached out to grab him. "Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" Yang Kai sneered, his hands quickly forming a seal, and a mysterious power suddenly fluctuated. Wu Qi was stunned, and he inexplicably had the misconception that time had stopped. At the same time, an enormous feeling of panic and danger assaulted him from the bottom of his heart, and this caused him to be slightly surprised and transform himself into the evil spirit path. This was his most powerful trump card. With this trump card, he was able to compete with a high-rank wizard king. His opponent was only a great wizard. Even if he was struggling on the verge of death, what kind of trouble could he bring? But that sense of panic and crisis was real, and he could not ignore it in the slightest. Thinking of this, he quickly withdrew 80% of his power to protect himself and take a defensive posture. The next moment, the pause time seemed to flow again. He saw the great wizard in front of him casually throw a palm at him. That palm seemed to have no power at all, but it gave people a feeling that it could destroy all things. It gave people the feeling of reincarnation. Flowing time Great Emperor, shuttle like shuttle. Wu Qi's pupils abruptly contracted. Even though he couldn't discern what kind of mystery was contained within this palm strike, his instincts told him that he absolutely couldn't take it. Once he took it, he would at least lose a layer of skin. He fiercely opened his mouth. There was a whistling sound. In an instant, countless ferocious ghosts flew out from his mouth and rushed towards the palm print. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce surge of power burst out. Wizard Pool took advantage of this moment to retreat more than 100 feet. Those ghosts that were hit by the palm print, without exception, were all scattered. Before dispersing, these souls not only did not show any pained expressions, but instead all of them looked as if they had been liberated, their expressions calm and peaceful. Occasionally, a few of them would glance towards Yang Kai, but these gazes were filled with gratitude before quickly dissipating. What kind of wizard spell was this? It actually had such power. Wizard Pool's expression was uncertain. The method that the great wizard in front of him used was beyond his understanding. After the palm print, Yang Kai was gasping for breath. He felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained. He secretly cursed. Flowing time Great Emperor, shuttle like shuttle like shuttle like shuttle was a divine technique of the great emperors. Although he had the opportunity to cultivate it, it was not something that he could casually use. As a low-rank great wizard, using this divine technique was still too much for him. As such, after the palm print, Yang Kai immediately felt that he was very weak. However, Wizard Pool had already used his trump card. If he did not go all out, there was no way he could contend against him. Not daring to expose himself, Yang Kai reached out and wiped the blood from his mouth and nose. Taking advantage of this action, he stuffed an emperor-level spirit pill into his mouth and swallowed it. He pointed the myriad's sword at Wizard Pool and sneered, "Are you afraid?" Wizard Pool coldly snorted, "Your method is indeed unexpected, but it is far from enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he grasped the air and a pitch-black scythe suddenly appeared in his hand. He lightly waved it at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly. At this moment, he felt his divine soul suddenly jump, as if it was about to leave his body uncontrollably. He immediately understood that the scythe was not a wizard tool, but a strange and inexplicable wizard spell that had the effect of collecting souls. If it was not for the fact that his divine soul did not belong to a great wizard, he would have been in trouble. Yang Kai let out a muffled snort as he guarded his mind and locked down his knowledge sea. He only felt a strong suction force pulling at his soul, trying to pull his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea. There seemed to be an invisible connection between his knowledge sea and Wizard Pool's pitch-black scythe. As the Wizard Pool waved the scythe faster, the stronger the suction force became. Yang Kai did not dare to make the slightest movement. It's very tiring, right? If it's very tiring, then don't resist. Obediently enter this wizard's embrace. This wizard will lead you to enjoy the rest of the show. The wizard pool's gloomy voice sounded, carrying a strong sense of bewitchment, trying to break Yang Kai's mind. You want my divine soul? Yang Kai clenched his teeth and shouted. You can't block it. Why deceive yourself? The wizard pool sneered. Okay. Yang Kai shouted. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The wizard pool was startled. He thought the other was just joking. After all, if a person's divine soul was taken, they would become a walking corpse with no chance of survival. So who would be willing to take the initiative to give away their divine soul? But soon, the wizard pool was dumbfounded. Because the other was not joking. He actually took the initiative to give up his defense, allowing his wizard spell to be successfully used and draw out the other's divine soul. This taste, the wizard pool was shocked, but immediately became overjoyed. Wonderful, too wonderful. This wizard really can't wait to try it. He never thought that this great wizard's divine soul would be so strong and so pure. This kind of divine soul should not appear on a great wizard, but on a high-rank wizard king. No. It was not that he had not killed a high-rank wizard king before. Even a high-rank wizard king's divine soul was not as wonderful as this. In an instant, the wizard pool was like a cat that smelled fish. His eyes lit up, and he could not help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This wizard will accept it. Don't worry, since you are so cooperative, this wizard will not make you sad. The wizard pool laughed and withdrew his black scythe. A dazzling light was pulled out from Yang Kai's mind. One could vaguely see that the light was pure and clear, without any impurities. Not only was it unimaginably pure, it was also extremely vigorous. The wizard pool's eyes lit up. Just now, he only smelled the scent of the other's divine soul. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately knew that his judgment was right. This was really a delicious meal that he could not refuse. After Yang Kai's divine soul was pulled out, he fell from the sky like a wooden stake. Without a divine soul, a person naturally could not control their own body. On the other side, the divine soul that was pulled out quickly approached the wizard pool. But at a certain moment, the wizard pool's expression suddenly changed. The joy and anticipation on his face melted away and was replaced by anger. You dare to lie to me? Yang Kai laughed loudly. Idiot! When did this young master lie to you? Didn't I take the initiative to deliver myself to you? But let's see if you have the ability to eat it. When the words fell, the divine soul's divine soul exploded with a sword light. The entire divine soul's divine soul leisurely turned into a long sword and directly rushed towards the wizard pool. The wizard pool's figure suddenly retreated. Although he did not know what method the other party was going to use at the expense of exposing his divine soul, the great wizard's various methods from before were too outrageous. He had to be on guard. The pitch-black scythe in his hand turned into a pure divine soul attack and slashed forward. In the next moment, the wizard pool's expression changed again because his wizard attack did not have any effect. The other party's divine soul wrapped in the sword light was like a hot knife through butter. It was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. The wizard pool turned pale with fright. His surging divine sense fiercely surged and fiercely defended, not daring to let the other party come half a step closer. The result made him feel aghast. His wizard king-level divine sense seal was actually unable to block the other party's attack. When his mind hurt, the other party had already broken through his divine soul's defense. The divine soul's divine soul, along with the sword light, rushed into his knowledge sea. The wizard pool groaned. Although he had encountered a great change, he did not panic much. His body fell rapidly, and at the same time, he closed his eyes and transformed his divine soul's divine soul into his knowledge sea, quietly hiding to the side. In the purgatory-like knowledge sea, there were evil spirits everywhere. The surroundings were full of ghostly shadows and ghostly wails. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yang Kai would not have dared to believe that there was someone in this world with a knowledge sea like this. Chapter 28:36. How was this the knowledge sea? This was clearly hell. A group of blind ghosts smelled the unfamiliar aura and rushed toward Yang Kai. However, before they could get close, Yang Kai's sword flashed and eliminated them all. Wizard Chi, who was secretly investigating, was shocked when he saw this. He looked at the long sword with a complicated expression. Instinctively, he was afraid of this long sword. What kind of wizard tool was this? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? And he actually brought it into his knowledge sea. How could such a thing happen? How could there be such a miraculous wizard tool in this world? Although the souls in Jihao's spiritual sea were born from all living creatures, they had been nourished and refined by Jihao himself, and were not ordinary souls at all. Even if a Magus King's soul intruded into his spiritual sea, they would be able to divide and devour him. However, when the sword flashed a few times, Wizard Qi clearly felt the ghosts in his knowledge sea become frightened. They were like mice that had encountered a cat, not daring to get too close. Yang Kai held the sword with one hand and looked around. He sneered, "You're not going to come out? Wizard Qi, oh Wizard Qi, you are still a wizard king. Don't disappoint me." Wu Qi didn't pay any attention to him. As a Magus King, he wasn't an idiot. He hadn't figured out what exactly that weird long blade was, so of course, he wouldn't dare to take the risk and attack. As if he understood the fear in his heart, Yang Kai raised the long sword and flicked it. He said, "This sword is called the soul-severing sword. It does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar. Letting this young master into your knowledge sea is your biggest mistake. Wizard Qi, quickly come and accept your death. This young master will be merciful and give you a quick death." Does not harm the physical body, but rather the soul avatar? Wizard Qi did not want to believe this nonsense, but what he saw made him admit that the other party was right. This was definitely the most evil wizard tool he had ever seen. Fine, fine, fine. You don't want to come out, right? If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. Yang Kai sneered. He raised the soul-slashing saber high, poured his spiritual power into it, and slashed down. The huge saber light seemed to tear apart this sea of consciousness. When the saber light rushed out, countless ghosts blocking the way were killed on the spot. Even the wizard Pool, who was hiding in the dark, felt pain all over his body, as if he was being torn apart. This was his sea of consciousness, so no matter what kind of damage Yang Kai caused here, it would not affect him. They would all affect his body. Although the injuries he suffered temporarily were not painful, if it happened too many times, he was afraid that it would not be good. Just as Wizard Qi's face turned ashen, Yang Kai had already brandished his soul cutter. As if he had gone mad, he slashed in all directions. As he slashed, he laughed maniacally. "Isn't it great? Isn't it great? I'm asking you, isn't it great?" It would be a miracle if he could feel good. As the saber slashed down, Wizard Qi could feel a huge pain, causing his soul avatar to tremble. Knowing that there was no point in hiding any longer, and that letting this madman destroy his sea of consciousness would only result in more losses than gains, Wizard Qi finally could not bear it and shouted, "Enough!" As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of Yang Kai and raised his hand slightly, blocking Yang Kai's attack. Although the soul cutter was extremely strange and had the magical effect of destroying one sea of consciousness, this was his home field. He was the master of everything. If they really fought, the most likely outcome would be a mutual defeat. He was not without the ability to fight back. If you like to hide, keep hiding. Yang Kai pointed his saber at Wizard Qi, a look of ridicule on his face. "Get out." Wizard Qi's expression was indifferent. He gave the order to leave. Having an outsider invade his sea of consciousness was not a good thing. The sea of consciousness was not only the home of his soul, but also the place where he hid many of his secrets. No one was willing to have their sea of consciousness invaded by others. Beg me, and see if I'll get out." Yang Kai grinned. That appearance made Wizard Qi burn with anger. He felt like a volcano was brewing in his chest, ready to erupt at any time. "I'll say it again, get out." Wizard Qi coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "The one who wants to take my soul avatar is you. Now the one who wants me to get out is you. Give me a quick answer. What do you want?" Wizard Qi lowered his eyes and lightly said, "It looks like you want this wizard to drive you out. I hope you can withstand this wizard's anger." With just a few words, he knew that if he wanted to drive this great wizard out, he had to use force. After all, he had taken the initiative with great difficulty, so how could he let it go so easily? Moreover, Wu Qi wasn't willing to waste his breath on him, and he'd made up his mind to expel him even if he was injured. Otherwise, Wu Qi would always have a feeling of his life hanging by a thread if he were to stay here with that strange shaman weapon, and his entire body would feel uncomfortable. When he finished speaking, Wizard Qi's figure collapsed, as if he had merged with the world. Yang Kai's expression became serious. He knew that Wizard Qi was going to fight to the death with him. Space suddenly froze, and in the next moment, a huge repulsive force rushed towards him. That was the Wizard Qi's power as the master of this sea of consciousness. Invading someone's sea of consciousness could cause harm to them at any time, but in an away battle, the situation would be very passive, so this kind of thing was not common. Only when there was a large difference in strength between the two sides would the stronger side invade the sea of consciousness of the weaker side. But then again, if the difference in strength was too big, there was no need to use this kind of method to kill the enemy. In a flash, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase, as if he was going to be pushed out of this world. He forcibly stabilized his body, but no matter what, he could not continue to stay. Seeing that he was about to be driven out by Wizard Qi, Yang Kai suddenly moved. At the same time, the soul cutter buzzed, and a burst of light burst out. He swung the sword forward. "I'll give you a big gift. I hope you like it." "How is this possible?" Wizard Qi's shocked and angry voice came. The power of the opponent's sword suddenly increased by a lot, almost twice as strong as before. Caught off guard, Wizard Qi did not have time to defend. In an instant, his defense was broken, and his soul was cut. He only felt pain that made him want to die. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already rushed out of Wu Qi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, a pitch-black radiance enveloped him, and when he dispelled the darkness, Wu Qi was already nowhere to be seen. Wizard Qi actually escaped. "You're smart." Yang Kai coldly snorted, and did not rashly pursue. This time, he was lucky to be able to repel Wizard Qi, thanks to the soul's secret technique, Heaven-Piercing Strike, at the last moment. Wizard Qi obviously noticed that something was wrong, so he fainted and took the opportunity to escape. If he continued to stay, the ending was destined to not be good. Yang Kai sighed and felt the location of his body. He did not dare to continue to expose his soul avatar. His body shook, and his body and soul became one. When he opened his eyes, he only felt and looked up. He was in Butterfly's arms. It seemed that when his soul avatar left his body, Butterfly discovered it, so she specially came to protect his body. "How are you?" Butterfly asked with concern. Yang Kai shook his head and tried to stand up, but he felt dizzy and fell back into Butterfly's arms. He bitterly smiled and said, "I won't die." Butterfly looked at Yang Kai with a complicated gaze and felt that it was unreal. As a lower-rank great wizard, he defeated and seriously injured a wizard king. This achievement can be called a miracle. Although he paid a price, it was obviously not too serious. After not seeing him for a month, he actually became a great wizard. How did he cultivate? Butterfly's heart was full of doubts. What about the villagers? Yang Kai lay down for a while to recover some strength and asked. "They've all been arranged." Butterfly replied. Previously, she took the villagers of Tsangnan village through the passage and left the village. After everything was settled, she returned to check on Yang Kai's situation. She just happened to see Yang Kai's soul avatar leaving his body, so she immediately protected Yang Kai's body. "Call them all back. It should be fine." Yang Kai sighed. The bone-eating tribe's wizard king had personally made a move and was defeated by him. Presumably, the bone-eating tribe would not make any moves in the near future, unless an even more powerful wizard king or wizard saint came. However, the wizard saint probably would not care about such a thing, and the bone-eating tribe's wizard king might not necessarily be of any use. After the wizard pool revealed his trump card, his strength was comparable to a high-rank wizard king. Even he could not do anything to Yang Kai, so what could the other wizard kings do? Moreover, as long as Yang Kai was given some time to recover, his strength would become even stronger. The next time he encountered a wizard king, he would not have such a hard time. While he was talking to Dai, Kai Yang suddenly frowned and turned to look in a certain direction. Butterfly also noticed something and looked in the same direction. She immediately said with a vigilant expression, "Someone's coming." Yang Kai's face darkened as he secretly put up his guard. Sangnan village was just a small village. Usually, it was isolated from the rest of the world and very few outsiders came here. This time, they were able to find the wizard pool only because of Chi's lead. Yang Kai had just defeated the wizard pool and another person suddenly appeared. It was hard to say if this person was in cahoots with the wizard pool. If it was a wizard king, then they would be in trouble this time. Butterfly obviously thought of this as well, and her pretty face turned pale. However, she soon heard Yang Kai make a sound of surprise. "What's wrong?" Butterfly turned to look at him. "It's just a wizard. Don't be nervous. Maybe he's just passing by." Butterfly heard this and could not help but sigh in relief. That wizard was obviously not just passing by, because after a while, he flew straight towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. A moment later, an honest-looking barbarian appeared in front of Yang Kai. "Did someone just fight here?" The wizard looked around and asked condescendingly. The traces of the battle were still there. Although he could not determine how strong the person was, the aftermath of the battle made him feel a little shocked. This was clearly an extremely high-level battle. It was definitely not something he could get involved in. In such a battle, perhaps even a slight scratch would be enough to make his soul scatter. Thinking of this, he quickly looked towards Yang Kai and Butterfly. Yang Kai had a weak expression. The wizard power on his body was faintly discernible, allowing him to clearly see the opponent's cultivation. "Great wizard." The barbarian was shocked and flew down from the sky. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.